Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Time for the wrap-up. So, last time on Judgment, Amra is apprehended. The Gyorei clan is no more, as our presence in Kamurocho is no more, as they clash with the Matsukane family. Matsukane, the patriarch, is no more. Introduction of the first encounter of the mole, or Kuroiwa's alias. And now and just before the end of last time, Saori seduced Kido, and then Kido data info dumped and the location of the lab. So we're about to head on to the lab, the secret lab, where we have one last is it the last character backstab, which is Morita and his sudden interest in 81 development. Yes. So we're going to track down, what's his name? Himitsu. I don't know. I don't remember his name. He only shows up during chapter 11 briefly, and then chapter 12 right before the finale. It's the informant, or the middleman between Ichinose and the guys. We'll go on to the Millennium Tower to track him down so that he'll lead us to the location of the lab. The secret lab that Shono is conducting all of his 89 experiments. And then we'll eventually hear the last bomb, I guess, which is Sugiura. Ishimatsu. Oh, we mixed up a bunch of syllables. I said Shimizu? Yeah, Ishimatsu.
で、グレーのスーツに手袋か。ここならビルから出ていく人を見張れるね。ラボの場所を突き止めたら、そのまま中に突入することになるけど、準備はいい？
ああ、大丈夫だ。カイトさん、こっちは準備 OK だ。木戸に電話をかけさせろ。
了解。おう、名演技を頼むぜ。センター長さんよ。聞こえるか、ターボー。木戸の電話はうまくいった。これで石松が動くはずだ。
よし。あとは石松を見つけて尾行するだけだな。
抜かるんじゃないぞ。
杉浦もいる。任せてくれ。
I think we learned last time that we do have to stare at random red herrings to prompt his arrival. So just pick up whoever we see. Yeah, these guys only walk in after we look at that dude. Now we stare at this guy. And then he should be showing up somewhere up here. Do we have another guy to look at? I don't think so. Oh, wait. Yeah, we do. Oh, no. There he is. I have to wait till he stops walking. Come on. There's that man.
スーツに手袋。 あいつだ。
Time for some tailing. Imagine always wearing black gloves that work with your smartphone. Yep. The crouching character model. Oh, the back of his head kind of weird right now. Oh, I think his hair is not lining up with his head model. It's only slightly noticeable, but now it's gone. Oh! Oh! I didn't realize he does that. What the heck? Stop it! I want. Oh, that's the hiding spot I wanted. It's fine. It's fine. I was trying to see if I could hide behind the. It's fine. No worries. Skills. And when I mean skills, I mean Yagami. Yagami has the tailing skills that prevent that from being an auto lose. Okay. My favorite place. Amno Theater. Long, long ramp. Makes you kind of start thinking when you walk around, like, man, there are no corners to hide. Does he walk? Oh no. Oh, maybe it's just that he has brown hair.
なあ。けど挙動不審なおかげで分かりやすくていい。
Yep, walk right into the open. Yagami. That's such a dirty trick. Dirty, dirty trick. It's alright. Passive skills. Does he double back again? The lab is along Park Boulevard or Park Alley next to Comro Hills Gardens. So we still have a bit. I don't know if he turns down Shichifuku and then go up the road to the hotel district and then loop back around. I think that's... Oh no, he doesn't. He goes up... Oh yeah, he does. Eh? Where are you? Yeah, I think he goes up this road to the hotel district and then loop back around. Oh, no, 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 no. He might actually go back in. This is a long one. He goes back in the Millennium Tower. Or around the Millennium Tower and loop back again. Super, super long one. Yeah, this is where the call comes in.
Hi.
Yeah, I forgot he doesn't have black hair, so that brown wasn't the back of his head, it was just his hair reflected. It was just a reflection of his hair off the light, the bounce light. Walks up here. Loops around the construction site, I think. Oh no, actually, it might not be near the construction. I kind of thought it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. It's right up here. Pretty sure it's right before the crane. Oh no, wait. It's around the crane. One city block to the west. Facing north right now. I'm pretty sure he doubles back down. And where are we? Oh, we can't even bring up the mini map actually. Yeah, it's one street over. Pretty sure he just doubles back down. Not going over there, buddy. Not falling for this. You've already bamboozled me 2 times. Can you actually see through here? There might be a line of sight here. Oh no, there really isn't. Yep. That's not inconspicuous. I meant to at that hiding spot, but no. Yagami just casually just step up. I really thought it was this street. Is it not this street? What's going on? And I don't remember this. I didn't remember him looping around one more time. I'm pretty sure it's the building right next to the crane. It's either because I looked at this street again. It's not any of those. It's kind of like blocked off. It's a little bit run down looking. It's definitely abandoned. And it's an old hotel building. That's all I remember about the inside. Might be this city block right here. Trying to remember. Like straight ahead. Oh. Yeah, this is the streets, but oh, is it the one with the glass? Oh yeah, I was off the mark. Same street, but wrong block, wrong city block. Oh yeah, man, way off. Off by a complete mark, but that, yeah, an abandoned hotel building. It kind of looks like a love hotel or like a soap land. All right, time for the fisty-cuffies.
ムッシュリー。
とっくの昔に潰れたラブホだよ。秘密の人体実験をするにはおあつらい向きだね。
俺だ、カイトさん。
場所分かったか？
それっぽい建物を見つけた。これから中に入ってみる。
気をつけろよ。
ああ、行こう。
あ、
We have a task to do here, which is to save Sugiura at the last 10 seconds. So we're saving because I could screw the pooch here.
どうなってんだこりゃ。
ねえ、これやっぱ僕らが不法侵入ってことになる？
まあな。
Oh, that Gimp guy gets a throwback in this one.
おい、てめえら誰だ？
どうすんの、ヤガミさん。
そんなの行くに決まってん
Or
だろ。
Red, Mr. Red. Let me dance. Let the man dance. Alright, good. Good talk, guys. Good talk. That was a little early. Plenty of wiggle room. These segments, the Dance of Life extract is incredible. Because you can dance between
奥に
sequences.
人の気配がする。まだ他にもいっぱいいそうだよ。
向こうも俺らに気づいた。次は多分武器を出してくる。
Yep,
下手したら
guns.
銃も。
ここの連中は何なの？
カムロ町のホームレスだな。それを多分一ノ瀬が金で手なずけた。
おい、大丈夫かターボ？
ああ、でも当たりだ。見張りが何人もいる。ここに何かあるのは間違いないよ。
小野の秘密ラボか。
車でここまで入ればもう人目につかない。死体を運び出したりするのにもうってつけだ。
お前らだけで行けそうか？
いや、そうだな。真冬に電話してすぐ来るように言ってくれる。
Oh,
警
that's
察も
right.
一緒にって。
Yagami pulls a
な
fast
んだ
one.
よ急に。
Make the
俺
place
ら
a
今
active
不法侵入
crime
中だろ。
scene.
このままもし秘密ラボがあっても違法に見つけた証拠じゃ裁判で認めてもらえない。
それって警官呼べば大丈夫になるもんなのか？
いや、警察だって令状がなきゃ捜査は無理だね。
なんだよ。じゃあなんで真冬ちゃんに警察連れてこいなんて言うんだよ。
そこは俺にちょっと考えがあるからさ。とにかく真冬に伝えてくれる？俺らはラボを探す。
Oh, and I like this place. They tried to do the creep factor this time, which is wonderful. So this is a one-off. All the one-off locations that have like continuous battle scenes, they have all of them in this game were pretty much a taste of a different environment, like different takes on this. And this one's the more creepier take, which is wonderful.
待って。明かりも持たずに中に入るのは危険だよ。
have a distinct background composition for this too. The flashlights and
何があるかわからないから慎重にね。
so many variety designs. Remember what happens when... Oh. I was always curious what was behind the doors. Oh. We need This is where we have to either find... We have to find an electrified baton. Oh. Can we grab the thing right away? Yeah, we can. They're massage machines, guys. Massage machines. No? It looks suspicious, but it's fine. Yeah.
急にでかい声出すなよ。こっちがびっくりするじゃねえか。
ごめんごめん。
Go with the like the Silent Hill and an RE thing, but still have free camera.
さっきから何なんだよ。杉浦。おい杉浦。どこ行った？
That's super streamlined. Classic. Super streamlined design, of course. Just to give you like a taste of it. Never overstay their welcome. That's gonna be the theme of our closing remarks about this game. Or RGG design in general, I suppose.
少しだ。よし。よし。もう少しだ。よし。開いた。
Yep. This is the task. Sorry. 3 minutes. Sorry, Sugiura. I have to wait to the last 10 seconds. Ow. Okay. Now we wait. I don't know why he... Oh! Didn't mean to hit that. Just wait. Ow! It's so hard to, Dude, Sugiura though, he's a champ, being able to hang there for for almost 3 minutes. Sorry, Sugiura. It's for the completion, Sugiura. Don't hold it against Yagami. I do have to make sure I don't drop the ball, though. There is a high chance I can, because the guy could just straight up guard. Ow. Or kick me in the face for all my HP. Actually, this is pretty safe. Oh, just kidding. Not very safe. So what, we activate at 15? Okay. Didn't screw up. Alright.
なんとかね本に切れよ
よし、それじゃ行くぞ。
Dude. That is sadistic right there.
意外となんだよ、こんなもんか。
I want this. There
意
we
外
go.
と大したことねえな。
Grab one of these. There you go.
よし、今のうちだ。
And you can't run either. Just locking run is a very like Silent Hill thing. You can barely run most of the time. Hello. Nice to meet you. That's not what I meant to do, but sure. Tiger dance with Crane. Instant KO. Oh, I think this might actually... Is that risky? That eyeball, though. Okay. We fight Kuroiwa here, I think.
ここは
We fight him twice, 3 times. Forgot about the finale. Yeah, I hope they dabble in this type of stuff in the future too. The creepy stuff.
何ここ
It works so well to their design.
ここが小野の秘密ラボだ。
They don't do this in Lost Judgment, the following game. The Lost Judgment has a really radically different theme.
なんであんたたち小野あんたまで今ここにいるとは思ってなかったよ。タイミングが良かった。 杉浦、
Shono just chilling
この
alone.
部屋をビデオで撮れ。
Creepy place.
やめろ。今まで目をえぐられた連中はここに連れてこられてた。警察の捜査で何が出てくるか見ものだな。被害者たちの指紋、毛髪、体液、DNA。ここにあるのは俺らがずっと欲しかった証拠の山だ。
何の話だか。
杉浦、どうした？
Time to
ごめんね。
reveal his.
八神さん、今までずっとみんなに嘘ついてたんだよ僕。
何の話だ？
元梶平の社員だとか、あれ全部嘘。名前も偽名。八神さんのことも実はずっと前から知ってた。知ってて八神さんに近づいたんだ。僕の本当の名前はね、寺沢文也。
寺沢？
お前に焼き殺された寺沢恵美の弟だ。
杉浦！
みんな動かないで。
そこのお前、ナイフを捨てろ。
Oh, actually, we don't fight any of them. I was kind of thinking he'd show up and then
殺人未遂の現行犯だ。
手錠はいりません。もう危険はないでしょう。
Morita. Back to back, man. So many
彼は心
things.
配いりません。事件にするまでもない。
いいの
Such
か？
great writing.
別に何も起きていません。
しかし検事正、
ここを鑑識に調べさせてくれ。連続殺人の現場だった可能性がある。
そう考える根拠は？
木戸から聞き出した。
その程度の理由で勝手な家宅捜査はできません。まず裁判所の令状は出ないでしょう。
令状の名目ならちゃんと用意してあるよ。
何ですか？
不法侵入の現行犯逮捕。つまりここは立派な犯罪現場だよ。封鎖して証拠保全をしないと。
八神くん、
なるほど。ここを調べるためなら逮捕されても構わないと？初めからそのつもりだったんですね。だから藤井君に警官を連れてこさせた。大した人だ。
通せ、通してくれ。
一ノ瀬事務次官。
こ
Oh,
こは厚生労働省の関連施設です。勝手な立ち入りはお断りします。
へえ、ラブホの管理までやってるんですか、厚労省は。
見た目がどうあれ、今ここはアドデック9の研究施設だ。重要機密だらけなんだよ、この場所は。
それなんですけど、俺が不法侵入したばっかりに悪いね。ここは警察で封鎖を。そうですよね。
and the last
やはりそうは
backstab.
いきませんね、八神さん。
ここで少なくとも4人殺されてるんだ。間違いない。証拠は必ず出る。現実性。博打だろうが今は春時だ。
Before Ichinose was introduced, I thought
困りました
Morita
ね。
was at the top.
そういう問題じゃないんですよ。
何？
Oh, that's right. The mole, Kuroyo beats Hikashi and Kaito up to liberate Kido.
まあ、こいつも考えてみりゃ哀れなもんだ。自業自得とはいえよ。鈴鹿、 兄貴は相変わらずお人よしっつうか。よ
Yep.
ここはアドデック9の研究施設とおっしゃいましたよね、一ノ瀬事務次官。
その通りです。
アドデック9は日本の国家戦略ともいえる研究です。たかが不法侵入でそれをストップさせるなんてありえません。もっと柔軟に扱うべき案件ですね。
何？
検事正。
ご理解いただけているようで大変助かります。
では撤収します。全員速やかにこの建物を出るように。
And of course, Mafu feels incredibly betrayed because
ど
she
うかア
looked
ドデ
up
ック9
to
を完成させてく
Morita,
ださい、
even
ショー
loved
ン
him.
先生。
Un
今後もこのような邪魔は
unrequited love, though.
一切入れさせません。
検事正、まさかあんたもアドデック9の利権に？
In terms of like pecking order, Morita would be second tier when it comes to authority.
あの野郎。
あなたもお一人よ、八神さん。
いつから森田検事正まで味方に？
アドデック9には味方が大勢います。何をしたって届きません。
ふざけやがって。絶対に諦めねえからな。
そうだ、先ほど木戸先生と連絡が取れましてね。今は黒岩刑事と一緒だそうです。
何？
チンピラに絡まれていたところを救われたとか。もうカムロ町には二度と近づかないでしょうね。
Luckily, thanks to Matsugane's sacrifice, Hamura ends up becoming the silver bullet. Sometimes lucky.
アドデック9を世に発表した創薬センター長の木戸もまたその莫大な利権に取り込まれた一人に過ぎなかった。未完の新薬のために繰り返される人体実験。八神はその証拠を手にしたかに見えた。しかし全ては闇に葬られる。人類を救う新薬、その正義の名のもとに。
Oh, it was so good. The last couple of chapters, it has a really long falling action. Everything just so nice. Few coincidences, few lucky things, few emotional things, and then checks out on all the rational and logical things. There's just so many layers of ways to enjoy the
思ってたよ
story.
り随分ひどいな。
all the way to
黒
the
岩が
end.
来たんだって。
ああ、たった一人でな。なのにこのざまだ。畜生。
木戸は連れて行かれちまった。そっちは何があった？
小野の秘密ラボを見つけた。でも警察はそこを捜査しない。
なんで？
One of my favorite
試
scenes are
験の
still
検事
coming
生
up,
も
actually.
アドデック9の一味だった。
The finale.
だと？
残ってた証拠も今頃きれいに消されてんだろうな。
八神さん、
それとは別にもう一つお知らせがある。
なんだよ。杉浦がどうかしたか？
ああ、こいつは杉浦じゃなかったんだ。
ああ？お前、寺沢恵美の弟だったのか？
なんで隠してたんだよ。
もともと僕は八神さんに思い出してほしかったんだ。
何を？
姉貴を死なせたことだよ。インチキ弁護士が人殺しを野放しにした。そのせいでエミは焼き殺された。
ああ、そうか。
続けてくれ。俺に遠慮はいらねえから。
あの事件の頃、僕はずっと引きこもりのニートでさ。そんな僕にさえ姉貴はいつも優しかった。なのにある日、まっとうに生きてきた姉貴が本当に急に理由もなく殺された。どんなに理不尽なことが起きても世の中は何の問題もなく回り続ける。そんな社会が僕はますます嫌になったよ。
もしかして窃盗団に入ってた理由はそれか？
まあね。少なくとも僕は世のため人のためって気分では生きてなかったから。エミが殺された時、八神さんは僕にも僕の親にも謝らなかった。
じゃあ、そん時に会ってたのか、お前ら。
そうだよ。ただ当時の僕は顔も見えないようなロン毛でメガネ。今とは別人だったからね。
でなきゃ忘れてない。人殺しをかばうのか。あんたも人殺しの仲間だ。あんたらからそんな風に言われるの
Oh,
が
I forgot that
あ
little
の頃
detail.
一番答えた。けど大久保君は無実を主張していた。その弁護を受けてた俺が謝るわけにはいかなかった。俺が謝れば大久保君の有罪を認めることになる。
じゃあ裁判が終わった後は？
謝らなかったな。俺はあの後何もかもから逃げてた。
そうだよね。八神さんは法廷からも離れて社会的に抹殺されてた。大久保にも死刑判決が出て、だから僕もそれで納得するしかないと思ってた。
じゃあ、またなんでターボーの前に現れたんだ？
あんたが八神さんがモグラの事件でまた法廷に戻ってきたからさ。ヤクザの頭を無罪にしたとか言って。
弁護士として戻ったわけじゃない。
そんなの傍からじゃわからないよ。だからどういうつもりなのか確かめてやろうと思ったんだ。もしもエミのことすっかり忘れてまた当たり前のように弁護士に戻るつもりなら、自分のやったことを思い出させて必ず思い知らせてやるって。
それが俺らに近づいた理由か。
そうだよ。それに大久保の様子も知りたかった。ちゃんと毎日死刑に怯えているかをさ。弁護士なら死刑囚とだって会えるからね。
なのにその大久保に冤罪の可能性が出てきたってわけか。
あんたたちといなきゃ気づきようがなかった。皮肉だよね。事件から3年も経って真犯人が出てきた。しかもそいつはショーのありがたい新薬の開発者だ。この先世界に感謝されて生きていくんだよ。エミを何度も刺して火をつけた男が。
大丈夫だ。みんな真実を知りゃ奴の正体に気づく。
今日人殺しのあいつを守るために敵は一丸になって証拠を握りつぶしたよ。都合のいいように真実をねじ曲げてみせた。僕の目の前で。なら真実なんて追うだけ無駄だ。クソくらいだ。そうでしょ八神さん。違う。
俺はさ、杉浦、エミちゃんが死んで以来真実を追うことからずっと逃げてた。突き詰めれば彼女を死なせた責任が俺にあるかもしれなかったからだよ。そんなのとまともに向き合うなんてできなかった。
タボ。
でもやっぱり誰にでも一つや二つ絶対に目を背けちゃいけない真実っていうのがあるんだと思う。そいつと向き合って初めて前に進めることもある。お前が俺に近づいてきたのも心のどこかで真実をはっきりさせたいってそう思ったからじゃねえのか。もしそうなら俺らにはまだやるべきことが残ってる。無駄でも何でもやっぱどこまでも真実を追うしかねえんだよ。
でも八方塞がりだぜ。
それがどうした。なんとかするだけだな、タボ。
ああ。
おい、参ったなこりゃ。
真冬からだ。どうした？
森田検事正のことで話が。
お前まだカムロ町にいるのか？
うん、テンダーにいる。それで今から来てくれない？私監視されてるみたい。
監視？
うん、店に入るまでずっと見られてた。気のせいじゃないと思う。
また厚労省で雇ったホームレスたちか。
それとも検事正の手先かもね。
分かった、すぐに行く。
ありがとう。
聞こえてた。俺も行くぜ。東は杉浦を見てろ。出発するか？
どちらまで行く？それでは
簡単に
行くぞ。
And then this is where Mafuyu
来てくれて。
talks about her disappointment
外どうだった？
in Morita.
誰か見張ってたりとか。
どうかな。今は大丈夫そうだった。
隣いいか？
顔腫れてますけど。
ああ、ちょっとな。
森田検事正のことで話があるって、そう言ってたよな。
うん。今夜の検事正見たでしょ。 今までのあの人からは考えられない態度だった。別人みたい。まるで法よりも政治の方が大事みたいな。
ああ、検事正はアドデック9に取り込まれてる。
We get to hear about his motives in a bit too.
あの人は
Rita and his family.
私が検事を目指すきっかけを作ってくれたの。母がひき逃げにあった時、まだ小さかった私を勇気づけて導いてくれた。
そうらしいな。
ただそんな検事正がなぜアドデック9に着いたのか、私一つ心当たりがあって。
ん？
もう10年くらい前、検事正の身内がある事件を起こしたらしくてね。もしかしたらそれが森田検事正を動かしたのかも。
どういうことなんだ？
待って、私も細かいところまでは分かってないの。この後に及んでいい加減なこと言いたくないし。それでその事件を担当してた元刑事とさっき連絡が取れたの。今から私に当時の捜査資料を渡してくれるって。
どこで？
カムロ町の児童公園。ただ私監視されてるみたいだし、一人じゃちょっと。
つまりあれか、俺らに用心棒やれって？
ええ、そのつもりだったけど、海藤さんはその状態だと。
こんな怪我くらいなんでもねえ。引き受けたな、タボ。
事件の資料、俺らにも見せてくれるか？
もちろん。
わかった。ならエスコートする。
よく言うぜ。損得じゃねえだろ、真冬ちゃん守んのは。
Oh, wait. I have to initiate it.
エスコート、児童公園までお願いできる？
よし、行こ
お願いします。どう？怪しい人とかいない？
う。どうかな。
いや、俺ら呼んで正解だったぜ、真冬ちゃん。
早速かかってくる気だな。
ああ、監視だけなら近づいてこねえだろ。
もしかしてこっから公園までずっとこんな感じか？
私どうしてたらいい？
ちょっとだけ離れてな。すぐ片付けっか。
やるぞ、海藤さん。
ほら
やっちゃえ！
しゃ
真冬させるか。
でや
八神くん、ありがとう。頑張って。
よっしゃ、真冬ちゃん。
Oh yeah, that's
俺に
right.
はないのかよ。
They
海
also,
藤さんもしっかり。
she's spirited, so she gives EX gauge.
よし、真冬ちゃんも見てることだし。
They switch it up every time, man. Yeah, freaking. Constantly changing. All the MSQ stuff constantly do a little tweak. Change the conditionals. That's awkward. Don't mind me, Mafu, just dancing. Okay. Oh, right, that's awkward. She refreshed it to the max before I could execute. Awkward. Now I need more EX. Don't mind me. Ow. That's 25% of my HP. Actually, maybe even closer to 40. One stab. 40% of my HP. I guess then we just run to the next thing, huh? Yeah, because he's just gonna get full EX anyways. Right? Or not? It's unpredictable when she's gonna do the EX cheer. Gotta be careful. Pretty sure one stab is gonna kill her. So we gotta be careful. Actually lethal. Nah. Nah. Oh, I know. I know why that's happening. I'm holding fighting stance. I need to stop holding fighting stance. Holy heck. That's gonna get Mafuyu killed. I can't see. Don't mind me, Mafuyu. Okay. Straight up just ran right by. Can you stop grabbing 8 billion? Oh my gosh, freaking 8 billion priority grab. Just the two of them is good enough, I guess. Just gotta reset. The EX resets the guys so they don't like attack at all. it makes them stand up so that they don't they wait to attack again over and over again. Where the heck? Oh, never mind. Is there really more? Oh, okay.
待ち合わせはこの辺り。相手はもう来てるはずだけど。
元刑事っつってたっけ？
うん。
行くぞ。
宇沢さんですね。
ああ、そうだよ。
ん？
あれ？
あ、
馬好きの探偵？
八神探偵事務所。
あんた元刑？
I forgot they did a throwback to the very first case. The very first case. This is the guy that was getting the money for the racetrack.
刑事かよ。それがこんなうさんくさくなっちゃって。
お前に言われたくないよ。
知り合いだったの？
Very first
ケンジさん。
scene
な
in
んで
case
こいつらを
in the
連れ
beginning
て
of
き
the
た？
game.
八神くんは私のそのボーイフレンドというか。
お、告った。
違う。
照れんねんかな。
なんなんだこい
And the
つら。
payout for the boyfriend thing. The boyfriend comment.
で、どういう事件だったんだ？それ。
10年前、森田検事正のお兄さんがね、
Yeah.
母親の首を絞めたの。
なんで？
介護殺人。
Yeah, this one is a tough one.
母親は70歳過ぎで重度のアルツハイマーだった。
Or
認知症の介護を
Morita's
してたのか。
ああ、
history
重
with
度の
dementia.
認知症患者は目を離せば何をしでかすかわからない。料理をすれば火はかけっぱなし。週に3日は夜中に外を徘徊した。それを施設に入れたくてもどこも順番待ち。結局検事正の兄がずっと一人で母親を見てた。
責任感の強いお兄さんだったみたいね。仕事も辞めてお母さんと同居。忙しい検事正に負担をかけまいとしてた。だからろくに休めず眠れず。それを事件が起きるまで7年も。
でもな、そんな息子に母親は毎日暴言を吐いたり暴力も振るったんだよ。
なんでそんなことを？
全員ではないけど認知症特有の症状よ。環境や薬で抑えられる場合もあるけどうまくいかない時もある。
そして事件が起きた時、検事正の兄はノイローゼが続いてた。多分もうずっと前から限界を超えてたんだろうな。
その結果起きたのがこの事件か。犯人は事件の後どうなった？
ああ、母親を殺した後自分も首を吊ったが未遂に終わった。そのせいか執行猶予がついて。
じゃあ今は？
でも結局は翌年に自殺してる。
なんてこった。
身内が事件を起こしたことで検事正はしばらく中央から外されてた。でも今はもう済んだこととされてるみたい。あの人が優秀なのは誰もが認めてるから。
検事正にとってアルツハイマーは自分の家族を苦しめた仇か。
そうなのかもね。
もしアドデック9があれば悲劇は防げてた。そしてこの先起きる同じような悲劇もアドデック9が完成すれば防げる。
だから検事正は向こう側についた。
金で動いたわけじゃねえ。保身のためでもねえ。てめえの正義のためってわけだ。
わからなくもないかな。
あ、そうか。 正義のためなら何人殺しても構わないって。綾部を冤罪にしてエミちゃんの死は見て見ぬふり、大久保君も見殺しだ。それでも新薬の方が大事ってことか。それを正義だって言うのか。冗談じゃねえ。森田に正義があるならこっちにもある。俺は連中に踏みにじられた人たちを守る。殺されたエミちゃんの無念を晴らす。
なるほど。
なんだよ。
ああ、いやお前、元弁護士ってのは本当だったんだな。
元じゃない。バッジはまだ持ってる。
そうだったな。
もうギャンブルはやめとけよ。あんたには向いてね
うるせえ。
この書類、私より八神くんが持ってた方がいいと思う。
ターボ、真冬ちゃんのことしっかり送ってやれよ。
あ、ねえ、沙織のとこに寄ってっていい？
うん、いいけど。なんで？
あの子、私と八神くんでいると嬉しそうにするし。
なんだそりゃ。まあいいよ。俺も今夜のこと沙織さんに報告しようと思ってた。
どうして？
軌道をカムロ町に誘い出したの沙織さんなんだよ。ハニートラップで。
何それ、嘘でしょ？
お？
Oh yeah, that's right.
あれ、八神さん、
So
こんな
much
遅い時間に。
wrap
あれ、
おやおや、何してたのかな、お二人さん。
何ってそんな。
やっぱ帰るか、真冬。
木戸の件、その後どうでした？
ああ、でもその前に二人何してたのか聞きたいね。
何って？星野くんが。
誤解なんです。いや、誤解じゃないか。いや、誤解か。
次また頑張ろう。
案外まんざらでもなかったんだな、沙織さん。
だね。
私も聞いたことあります。森田検事正のお母さんの件。
じゃあ検察は完全にアドデックナイン側についてると？
少なくとも検事正はだ。
八神くんがラボに行く前、検事正に報
Oh,
告
this
した
is
の
where
は
we
私
wrap
な
up
の。
with
あ
Izumida
の時
too
せめて泉田検事までにしとけば。
and bring him
Yeah.
into the fold.
泉田だって向こう側の仲間かもしれない。今となっちゃ誰も信用できないよ。
そんな。
And so
ちょっといいですか。
end up approaching Izumida to be the prosecutor.
弁護人って僕でいいんですかね。綾部刑事の裁判。
ん？なんだよ。
It's time.
星野くんじゃ無理だと思います。もうここは八神さんじゃないと。
ちょっと冗談やめようよ。
ここにいる誰一人冗談なんて言ってない。
八神さん、敵はアドデックナインの利権でエミさんを死なせた人たちです。エミさんや大久保さんのためにも、ここは
新谷先生のためにも。
正々堂々法廷で八神くんの正義を見せる時じゃないの？
逃げちゃダメです。
かもな。
あ、じゃあ源田先生と綾部さんには僕から伝えときます。これって世間的にも結構ニュースですよね。あの八神さんがまた法廷に立つなんて。
何があの八神だよ。でも分かった。二人の了解が取れたら綾部の弁護は俺がやる。 そのためにもまた新しい証拠を探さないとな。
Mafu totally prefers the lawyer Yagami, of course.
真冬のこと送ってあげてくださいね。
Right.
行こっか。私がタクシー乗るまでは見ててくれる？
Yes, I want to get through the door, Mafu. Alright. Imagine going into the sewers?
今夜はありがとう、八神くん。あれ、ちょっと待ってて。泉田検事から。そういえば、ちょっと前に留守電も入ってたんだ。
留守電は聞いたのか？
何か話があるって。未条例にいるみたいなんだけど。
未条例ってことは、じゃあアルコール抜きの話か。
どうしよ
お前はこのまま帰んな。電話も出なくていい。泉田も向こうの一味って可能性があるからな。
でも
代わりに俺が行くよ。
大丈夫？
いいから。
分かった。無茶しないでよ。
Oh my gosh, that sign just completely blocked me. What the freak, man. It's okay. Automatic doors. Right? Oh no, this doesn't have automatic doors. It's fine. Shh. They can't operate the stairs. It's fine. There we go. Izumida?
No. Yagami? お前、なんで？
あんた一人か。
ああ。
真冬は俺が帰らせた。あいつの代わりに一杯付き合うよ。
いや、結構だ。
真冬と何を話す気だった？
お前には関係ない。
当てようか？
は
あ？あんたが真冬に話したかったのは森田検事正の仲間になれってことか。
なんだって？
違うのか？
お前の言いたいことはわかる。さっき検事正と厚労省の官僚とは何かこう普通じゃなかった。
普通じゃない？そんな可愛いもんじゃなかったろ。連中はアドデックナインが第一、殺しの証拠さえ二の次にしてた。あんたもその一味じゃないのか？
何を言ってるんだ。
検事正はアドデックナインの利権に取り込まれてる。
何かその証拠でも？
ついさっき真冬と手に入れたもんだ。10年前に検事正の身内が起こした事件の資料。聞いたことは？
いや、初耳だ。
あんたに検事正と戦う覚悟があるなら渡す。
何？
検事正が法を超えて政治に便宜を図っていたら、もしそうならあんたはどうする？自分のボスが相手でも法で裁けるか？
当たり前だ。 検察官なら100人が100人そう答える。
Straight and
あん
narrow.
たのこと見直したよ。検事正がアドデック9に着いたのはその事件がきっかけだ。俺らはそう考えている。
なんてことだ。
家族が引き起こした介護殺
Still
人。
interesting that Izumida doesn't return
検
as
事
the
正には自分な
prosecutor
りの正義があるってことらしい。
in Lost
だから今日
Judgment.
殺
that
人
it
の
was
証拠
like
を握りつぶした。ショー
Hanukkah?
ノのラボのことだ
It
よ。
was a new guy.
あそこにはモグラにやられた連中の痕跡があったはずだ。それが見つかれば強力な物証になった。
いやまさか検事正がそんな。
ラボでの言動、そしてこの事件との関連性、どう思うんだ？なあ。
確かに否定できない。
だろ？
だが検事正がアドデック9に取り込まれたとして、じゃあどうすればいい？お前はどうする気だ？
そもそも俺は綾部の裁判でアドデック9の裏をぶちまけるつもりだった。その証拠を探して羽村を追ったし、小野のラボも突き止めた。で一ノ瀬と検事正にどっちの線も潰された。
敵を撃とうにも弾がないってことか。
そう言われるとがっくりくるな。でもあんたがアドデック9側じゃないと分かっただけでも。
Oh no. I just realized. Oh, that's okay. I think we saved it right beforehand. I just realized the cat thing. It was probably one more cat that I just skipped. In when we were looking for Ishimatsu. Don't tell me Ishimatsu was the last cat location. Oh no. Oh no, it isn't. Oh good. Wait. Okay. It's not the last one. Whew. For a moment there, I was like, did I miss a cat? When I was focusing on looking for. Okay. Sorry. It's
な
fine.
んだかホッとするよ。
気休め言ってる場合じゃないだろう。
分かってるよ。なあ、思うんだけど、一ノ瀬を裁判に引きずり出すことは
This
で
is
きない。
where Hamura
何かの証人として。
offers
どういう名
the
目で？
silver bullet.
例えばアドデック9についての解説をするとか何でもいい。あんたら検察の承認申請なら一ノ瀬だって断らないだろ。
で裁判に引きずり出した後は
口八丁で追い詰める。質問攻めにしてボロを出させんだ。俺とあんたで。
なんだまだノープランってことか。
それぐらい崖っぷちなんだよ。ただ何にしても獲物はまず巣からおびき出さないと話にならないからさ。
And the first fisticuffs with
分かっ
Kuroiwa
た。なんとかやってみよ
in
う。
front
動
of
きがあり次第連絡
Morita
する。
at the koi bribe, I think. I don't remember why at the koi bribe. Oh, that's right. They're closing down Ayabe's, all of Ayabe's connections. Kim-san, listen, no time for the Keihin gang. All right. Yeah, so the koi bride gets shut down, and Kuroiwa is shutting it down or leading the charge because of Ayabe's in connection to the koi bride. You kind of see Ken. I'm trying to avoid getting the battle there. You see Ken go for the last time too. Tengo and gang with Hoshino's backup.
そんなわけで綾部の裁判に一ノ瀬が出てくるかは泉田検事にかかってる。問題はその場で一ノ瀬をどう揺さぶれるかだ。
その前にご報告。源田先生も綾部刑事も八神さんが弁護人ってことで了解取れました。
インチキ弁護士のカムバックか。
そうなるな。じゃあ早速これからの動きを打ち合わせたいんだけど、まず一つ目。これから杉浦をなんて呼ぶ？
そんなことかよ。寺沢だろ？
いいよ、杉浦で。めんどくさいから。
うん、じゃあそれで。
これから僕らで
That's
ど
why
う
we
動
have to
くか
wrap
です
up
けど、
all of them.
僕は例の軌道をもう一押ししたいです。
Yeah.
沙織さんのセクハラビデオでこっちの
It's
承認
four
にできま
separate
せんから。
things, or three separate things. I forgot about that.
なるほ
The
ど。
super wrap up.
それ以外には？
事件と直接関係あるわけじゃねえんだよ。松金組の門に気になる動きが出ている。
All of them have separate
後でお
tasks.
前と少し話したい。
わかった。
何か？
The MSQ is so
なるべ
big.
く早いうちに
Holy
大
heck.
久保君の面会に行かないとな。彼は今もエミちゃんの遺族に恨まれてると思ってる。でももうそうじゃないって知らせてやりたい。
そうだね。
Yeah, all three of them have separate things. Yeah, man. This is the most recent, I guess. We're getting to the most recent. I mean, we're still working on Lost Judgment as well, but the MSQs have really ballooned incredibly after the transition from Yakuza 6, the Song of Life, and then the Kiwami 2, the ballooned incredibly huge, man. So many things.
何か松
Alright,
金
let's
組
take
のこ
care
と
of
で話し
Matsugane
て。
family.
ああ、松金組の始末がついてねえんだ。親父が死んだきり、組員たちはバラバラになってる。特に若い者の行き場がなくてよ。
それをまとめる人間は
健吾ってのがまとめようとしている。お前も何度かやり合ったろ？若造だが頭には可愛がられてた。ただそいつが今ちょっと問題でよ。
どんな？
俺と一緒に来りゃわかる。どうする？どうだ？俺と松金組に行くか。
わかった。行こう。
The office is so tiny.
今ちょっと面倒なことになってんだ、松金組は。悪いが付き合ってくれ。
海藤さんは呼ばなくてよかったのか？
兄貴は破門の身だぜ。それを事務所に入れちゃ筋が通らねえよ。
そっか。
とにかく来てくれ。俺一人じゃ連中を止められねえ。
止めるって何の話だよ。
まあいいから。
Didn't save the family though. Not in the next 3 years. Didn't hear from Kengo as well. Oops. I don't know why I just walked right back in. Yeah, didn't hear from Kengo as well. 3 years from now. This judgment is easily one of the longest MSQs in this format. Because we have to know that we have to keep in mind that there are 2 formats now. Because the following game is Yakuza Like a Dragon in development, and it uses a different format. Curious if they scale back for the man who erased his name. Because they did mention openly that it's more along the lines of Kaito Files-ish, between Kaito Files and Lost Judgment. We haven't done Kaito Files yet, though. More on that later. Yep. Last little fisticuff with Engo.
Yo, Kengo. 東の兄貴。やっと連れてきてくれたんすね。八神さんを。
あ？
落ち着け。大丈夫だ。
俺に何か用でも。
親父の仇を。八神さんなら知っていると聞きました。つまり、モグラの正体をですよ。俺らにも教えてください。
仇を討ちたいってことか。
撃ちたいんじゃなくて、撃たなきゃダメなんですよ。俺ら極道なんすから。ぶっ殺してやらねえとさ。
お前らには無理だよ。
んだとこれ。
俺が何言っても納得しやがらねえんだ。
そんなの俺にどうしろって。
弁護士だろ。いい感じに説得してくれ。
うだうだ話してたってしょうがねえ。モグラの正体言ってもらうぜ。言えねえなら言いやすいようにしてやるよ。
おいケンゴ、
松金組は俺が立て直します。もう兄貴を引っ込んでる。本気で来いや。
Oh, I think we might have missed Osaki. So we gotta dodge like crazy here. Can't be hit. Guaranteed. Guaranteed with that blade in Osaki. OTK. That's definitely OTK territory. Oh, I blocked one of them. Oh. I blocked the string from getting hit stunned. It's fine. I didn't know if that mortal strike was gonna continue if I missed him. It looks like he's stand up, so that's kind of nice. Without a doubt, if a mortal strike hits you, you're dead. 100%.
モグラの正体が知りたきゃ教えてやるよ。
おい。
誰だ。
Yeah, this leads to the koi bribe thing.
カムロ将、組対の黒岩だ。
でかかよ。
でもな、そいつだけじゃ終わらない。 黒岩を道具に使った連中はまだ別にいるんだ。そいつらはヤクザの暴力で潰せる相手じゃない。
ふざけんな。
俺は今度裁判で連中の黒幕と対決することになってる。
お前なら黒岩もその黒幕も潰せんのか。
俺は15の時からおやっさんを本当の父親だと思ってきた。付き合いもお前らより長い。だから親父の敵討つ役目はさ、ひとまず俺に任せてみねえか。
八神、世話かけたな。
いや、あとはよろしく。
Closure or Matsukane.
お前らでもし黒岩をぶっ殺したって、奴はトカゲの尻尾だ。八神に任せてやってくれ。できることなら奴に手貸してやってほしい。
That's a bit of foreshadowing for a little bit later. Just to, because it's all falling action, so they didn't even have time to mourn Matsukane for too long. Outside the Tojo HQ scene.
まあ、ドローンでな。
その手があったな。
松金の親父をやられて、組の門はみんな糸の切れたタコみてえになってた。それが少しは頭冷やせたようだ。お前のおかげでな。ありがとうよ。
なんだよ、気持ち悪い。
素直じゃねえな。ま、一応礼は言ったぜ。
ああ。
No taxi point here. Now let's just run back down.
「僕は木戸と話したいです。木戸を弁護側の証人で呼べればいいなって。
あいつの弱みは握ってるしな。
ええ、沙織さんのセクハラビデオですね。あれさえちらつかせれば木戸も僕らを門前払いでいきません。八神さん、創薬センター行きますか？
Yeah, this is where we get Kido to testify.
わかった。行こう。
Or attempt to, anyways. I don't think this was successful, right? It does help
タクシー
with
で行きますよね。創薬センター。
wrapping up with Hoshino's involvement. There are guys over there.
どちらまで行か。それでは。
They did something to pressure Kido,
やっ
but
ぱり
not
平気だったで
quite
しょ。
this.
ん？何が？
Yeah,
アポな
Hoshino
しでも
loses
木
his
戸は合
cool
うって。
here.
あのセクハラビデオは強烈でしたもん。
沙織さんのお手柄だな。
More closure for Hoshino.
どうも。
お忙しいところ。
お邪魔しています。
座んなよ。
And I suppose Kito's
あ
involvement.
の単刀直入に言います。木戸さんには今度の裁判で弁護側の証人になっていただきたいんです。
無理ですよ。
これでもですか。
ずっと私を誘ってくれてたろう。取材も終わったし、本格的に可愛がってあげるよ、メス猫ちゃん。
好きにすればいい。
いいんですか。
私が何証言したって一ノ瀬たちに勝てはしない。相手はアドデック9の利権に絡む全ての人間、それに薬で救われる患者やその家族だよ。勝てるわけがない。
そんな状況だからこそ、せめて裁判ではあなたの証言が必要なんです。
私にそんな義理はない。ビデオはばらまきたきゃばらまけ。
ばらまかれたらどうなるか分かってるんですよね。
笑い物になってクビになるだろうな。私は破滅だ。だが一ノ瀬たちを敵に回すのはもっとごめんだ。まだ死にたくないんでね。
どうすれば協力してくれる？あんたはアドデック9の一味だ。でも殺し自体はやってない。情状酌量の余地もある。
無理だって。どう言われようが私は死ぬのが一番怖いんだ。
取り尽くし間もなし。そんなに一ノ瀬たちが怖いか？
怖いですよ。ビデオで笑い物になるのと殺されるのと、あなたならどっちを選びますか？
あんたを殺させはしない。俺たちが守る。
どうせ裁判には勝てないんですよ。私が何を言ったって。なのに証言なんてしたらあとはもうずっと彼らの仕返しに怯える人生だ。殺されるまでね。
一ノ瀬とは何か話したか？シャルルで黒岩に連れ出された後。
彼らについては何も言えない。もう私に構わないでくれ。
ダメだな。これじゃ話にならないよ。
私は負ける側にはつきません。勝てない時は戦わない。そうやって生きてきたんだ。
つまり俺たちに勝ち目はないって？
なら勝つための証拠が一つでもあるんですか？いや、正確にはあったけど一ノ瀬さんに握りつぶされたんです。
That's right. Eventually later we do find a piece of evidence that convinces Kito that the case can be won, and that's when he testified.
ですよね。あんたたちだってや
I don't
ってほ
remember
ど
if
力の
it's
差を感
Hamura's
じてる
silver
はずだ。
bullet though
彼らを
that
敵に回し
convinced
て
him.
勝てるわけないんだよ。
It's inferred. There's no other scene
なるほど。
after.
わかりやすいな。あんたがどっちについたかで戦う前に勝ち負けが知れる。つまり俺らにはまだ材料が足りないってことだよね。肝に銘じておくよ。
まだですよ、八神さん。こいつは僕らを舐めてるんです。例のビデオをばらまくって本気で言えば絶対に証言を。
やるだけ無駄だよ。
まずやってみましょうよ。裁判諦めるんですか？
諦めてねえよ。
じゃあやりましょうよ。ビデオがダメならもうどんな手を使ってでも。
無茶言うな。
無茶？今さらカッコつけてどうするんですか？逃げるんですか？
星野、逃げねえってのはそういうことじゃねえだろ。
僕は勝てるように意見しただけです。
今度は仲間割れですか？
うるさい！
勝つ見込みができたらまた来る。
もしそうなったら喜んで協力しますよ。期待はしてませんがね。
Shot. The silver bullet. Oh, it doesn't conclude right away, actually. It's a little bit later. We got Sugiura with the Okubo thing.
大久保と面会すんの、八神さ
ん。なあ、本当はお前にも来てもらいたいけど、一般人が死刑囚に会うのは。
分かってるよ。そういうもんなんでしょ。
He wants to tell Okubo that when this is all
これからすぐ
over,
大久保と会いに。
they go visit Amy's grave together. Didn't get to see it though. The game didn't pay that out, but it was inferred. You know, it was implied that it happened.
そうだな。会いに行ってくる。
あのさ、八神さん。大久保に会うなら伝言頼んでいい？
ん？どんな？
今度一緒にエミの墓参りに行こうって。
簡単に言うけど大事だな。それを実現するためには片付けなきゃいけない問題が山ほどあ
る。でもそうならなきゃ大久保は死刑なんだよ。殺人鬼のお面を着たままね。
なんとかする。
八神さん、大久保のことを助けてあげてよ。
分かった。伝言も伝えるよ。
Go to the Showa, the Popo, because there's a spawn point on Tenkaichi Street.
どちらまで？それでは。そんな。信じられないです。本当に？
あいつは最初杉浦って名乗ってた。
文也君が？そうですか。彼とはエミが死ぬ前に一回だけ会ったことがあって、でもお互い人見知りだったんでろくに会話もしなかったけど、その後裁判の時は彼ずっと俺を睨みつけてました。俺は目を合わせることもできなかった。
君に伝言を預かってる。
え？
あいつはこう言ってたよ。今度一緒にエミの墓参りに行こうってさ。
そうですか。文也君が俺にそんな言葉を。
ああ。
行けたらいいですけど。
綾部の裁判がもうすぐなんだ。そこにアドデック9の黒幕を引っ張り出す。一ノ瀬って厚労省の事務次官を。
できるんですか、そんなこと。
担当検事がこっそり俺ら側についてくれた。その裁判の場でアドデック9の内幕を追及する。大久保君が無実だってことも主張できる。
もうずっと諦めてました。どんなに声上げたって誰にも届かない。人殺しにされたまま俺は死ぬんだって。でも文也君にも分かってもらえたなら
希望が持てます。世界で一番俺を憎んでいた彼が許してくれたんなら、みんなにも分かってもらえるって。
もう少し辛抱してくれ。あと少しだから。
お疲れ様、八神さん。
杉浦。
綾部の裁判の方、準備の進みはど
どうかな。カムロ町で今やれることは大体やったと思
う。じゃ、やり残しは何もないと。
そう言われるとどうかな。
Oh yeah, the warning.
もうできることは全部済ませた？
ああ、全部済んだよ。
そっか。いや、実はさっき星野くんから暗い声の電話があってさ、なんか八神さんの手が空いたら源田先生と話してほしいことがあるんだって。向こうの源田事務所で。
え？
何の話かまでは言ってなかったけど、ってことでちゃんと伝えたからね。よろしく。
Yeah, this is Hoshino's apology. And Hoshino's conviction. Cut through the hotel that doesn't exist anymore. Get in.
Yo. あれ？カイトさんも？
さっき呼ばれてよ。
星野くんは戻ってないか。そっか。
ええ。どうかしたんですか？
いや、ちょっとね。
こっちだ、八神。
ああ、どうも先生。なんか俺に話があるとか。
まあ、そっちの人からな。
That's right.
泉田検事。
お前んとこの探偵事務所は監視がべったり張り付いてる。ここだともう少し緩いんでな。
Get on the stand.
またなんか悪い話か。
いきなりご挨拶だな。いや、いい話だよ。
たまにはそう来ねえとな。
一ノ瀬が裁判に出てくる。
説得できたんだな。問題なかったか。
ああ、大丈夫だった。
アドデック9の解説をこの私に。
ええ、今度の裁判でぜひ。
裁判というとカムロ町の例の弁護士殺しですか？
殺された新谷弁護士は事件前、正野先生宛てに電話をかけていました。とはいえ、電話は事件と全く無関係と思われます。カムロ町の殺人事件に正野先生やアドデック9が絡んでるだなんて。
馬鹿げてますね。
全くです。ただ、電話をかけている事実がある以上、法廷ではなぜ無関係なのかを丁寧に説明する必要があるんです。
なんと。
心配ありません。電話の件など触れるまでもなく、アドデック9こそ世界が求める新薬であり、正野さんら研究者はその開発のために大変な努力をされておられるというお話さえしていただければ、それで皆納得します。
なるほどね。でも私は研究者じゃないので専門的な説明はちょっと。
専門的という意味では直接正野先生にお願いする手もあります。でも研究者というのは説明が難解すぎます。 裁判員に理解できるかどうか。
It's a pretty clever move,
ここ
though.
はできれば一ノ瀬さんにお願いいたしたく。
Zumida's
まあ
approach
確かに
was
こんなこと
pretty
で先
sound.
生方の時間は避けませんしね。結構お引き受けします。日程が決まったら厚労省までお伝えください。
ありがとうございます。
失礼。もう次があるものですから。
It was a great show of Izumida's skill set as a
う
prosecutor.
まいなあんた。一ノ瀬が断ったら省の法廷に立たせるような言い方だ。
だろ？
一ノ瀬にしてみりゃ法廷で小野にボロを出させるのは避けたい。他人任せにはできねえわけか。
泉田検事はお手柄だったな。なかなか悪知恵が働く。
うん？悪知恵？
冗談だよ。感謝してるって。おかげで一ノ瀬を舞台に引っ張り出すことはできた。あとは手持ちの札でどう奴を追い詰められるかだけど。
松金組の羽村はどうなった？あいつに証言させられないのか？
どこかに消えたままだよ。おやっさんの葬式にも来てなかった。
当たり前だ。
That leads to
ど
silver
の面
bullet.
下げてくるんだよ。それよりいっそ黒岩とっ捕まえて自分がモグラだって自白させるか。
またボコボコにされますよ。
この前はちょっと油断してただけだ。
やめろよ二人とも。
おい、なんだよ。せっかく一ノ瀬が出てくんのに、そっから先のアイデアはなしか？手ぶらで勝てる相手じゃないぞ。
真冬からだ。
Boy
どう
bride.
した
綾部刑事のカジノガサ入れされてる。
ラマンに今か。
うん、さっき始まったところ森田検事正のお膳立てよ。もう何人も逮捕されてる。
なるほど。これで綾部の心証は最悪だ。裏カジノを仕切る悪徳警官は人
That's
殺しもやり
right.
かねない
They've
ってか。
explained the motive.
検事正はさすがに痛いとこついてくるわね。
ああ、
一応お知らせまで。で、どう八神くん。裁判は勝てそう？
ベストを尽くすだけだよ。各方面から助けも来てる。真冬も連絡ありがとな。
And then Kengo
それじゃ
gets wrapped up. Like the finale had
検事正が
3 or 4
strings
strings that are
綾部
constantly
のカジノを
interacting
摘
with
発
each
してる
other.
って。
なら俺はもう退散した方がいいな。
It was so well written.
こ
The
こには来ない
finale.
よ。
いや、用心に越したことはない。
Like the three
カ
things
ジノの
aren't
が
like the 3 little prongs that they had been developing for the last 12 chapters. They constantly cross paths with each other because they're all connected now.
ガサ入れってことは当然黒岩も一緒だろうな。
俺らはどうすんだタボ。
検事正が直々のお出ましだ。向こうの過去の事情も聞いたわけだし、一言挨拶しとこうか。
大丈夫なのか。半端な相手じゃねえんだぞ。
少し様子を見てくるだけですから。
Yeah, because the boy bribe connects Ayabe, Kuroiwa, and then they put in Kengo as a Matsugane thing, and then Mafuyu Morita angle, which connects to Ichinose. All of it is just constantly going back and forth in every event. Such a great way to set up and constantly remind you of all the things that had gone on. The finales are arguably the craziest chapters in all of RGG games. But this one, it was a lot. This one had some impeccable writing. Only goes to show you how far they're like... Because this is the latest one, technically. Outside of Lost Judgment, of this type of format. It's not necessarily going to be connected with the new mainline series with Casca, like Yakuza Like a Dragon, because they used a different story format. It's one of the few they're going in a different direction. And because of the direction, the story format and compositional work is a little bit, it's different enough that it's hard to figure out how they're dividing the resources. But this, yeah, it's above and beyond being the latest in the story format. So good. If you were closely invested in the story, the characters, the world building, the finale is like a storm of things. To explain the significance of one scene will take hours.
綾部刑事の弁護人だ。
いや、弁護士だからって入れませんよ。
ご苦労様。彼なら大丈夫。私が責任を持ちます。
検事正が。
どうも。
This is where we fisticuffs with Kuroiwa.
八神さんはここの仕掛けご存知だったんでしょう。地下に闇カジノが隠されていました。
へえ、そうだったんですか。
綾部は大それた真似をしたものです。闇カジノから賄賂を取って摘発を見送ってやるなんて。おまけに。
So, knowing this, right? Morita was already in Ichinose pocket. It hasn't. So a loose end or a detail that I'm curious is they didn't disclose when Morita is in Ichinose's pocket. So the whole play for Ayabe, which is what this is concerning with, may have been entirely orchestrated in the first place. So to the point where Kuroiwa already knows that Ayabe had leaked information to Yagami, and you could make an argument that Yagami was placed on a loose leash until he became a problem. And Kuroiwa is largely being controlled by Hamura, or Hamura is the closest contact, but Ichinose has a leash on Hamura, and Ichinose is connected with Morita. So Morita's play by arresting Ayabe was probably with the full knowledge that Hamura and Kuroiwa framed Ayabe the whole time. And so during that scene where it looked like he was pulling a fast one or being clever by using Yagami as a bait to set up Ayabe's arrest, might have been entirely conspired up to make Yagami chase around things. So Yagami might have been on a loose leash legitimately the entire time. And if we think of it in that way, the one thing that Yagami was successfully able to circumvent and pull a fast one on Ichinose, Kuroiwa, and the gang is that his charisma for being forgiving and merciful and truthful, right? The seeking of truth and his link with the emotional bonds like Matsugane and maybe even Mafuyu, Kaito, Higashi. So all his emotional bonds that created the noise in emotional decision making were the goats in how Yagami being on a short leash ended up surprising Ichinose and all the peeps. But Ichinose and all his gang more or less had what they believe everything under control. Even the little ripples that Yagami creates were under control. It was through Yagami's pursuit of truth and the tragedies and the largely just tragedies that came about through his actions trying to help everyone and save everyone that ultimately led to a lot of emotional noise making that created big waves. And ultimately, the silver bullets came down from that. Hamura's eventual testimony, which spiraled into Kito's eventual testimony, those were the silver bullets that were the results of Yagami being on a loose leash. One may even say this is one of those things where you make an argument like, why leave Yagami on a loose leash when you have all the power, the influence, and the people behind you? Why don't you just remove the problem, right? Like, nip it at the bud, right? Generally speaking, a lot of times when it comes to like fictional writing, you make that people who probably think about it more of a less interconnected thing, more of a straight arrow thing. They would say, well, if it's the villain being complacent again, where the villain has all the knowledge, but they let the hero get stronger and build up enough in order to fight them. Why not they just take out the hero when the hero was still weak? Well, the idea about these games, and I really appreciate that they continue to do these things, is they place as much detail as possible to demonstrate, to ground the world that even people with incredible influence have to play ball with the systems in place, because they made it believable in a sense that it might have been more convenient to place Kaito, Yagami, Ayabe, and stuff on a loose leash. And this was a theme that shows up all the time in Like a Dragon game, in games made by Like a Dragon Studio, so RGG Studio, is the idea that if you place someone on a loose leash or maybe a tighter leash, you can control and manipulate the problem. When you remove a problem, it can be replaced by another problem of which you don't have control over. And that theme perpetuates a lot, especially with the idea between organized crime, politics, and law enforcement. And this would be the same case. Like a lot of times when you have a fictional writing, it would take place in like a fictional, like a fantasy setting, right? And the fantasy setting would have a very straight, linear form of interaction. If a villain can be easily viewed as, oh, if this villain is all powerful, why not remove all the sources of opposition right from the start? And that's a fair argument a lot of times. And generally speaking, games like these don't really, they're still not really mainstream. I'm going to be super blunt about this. I mean, at most, it's still like 40, 30%, 40% audience, I would say. Getting there. But the idea is writing these things is incredibly hard, and it takes when I mean by incredibly hard, I mean it's hard because it's uncommon, in my opinion, and the threshold to make it sufficient is above the standards that are required. So you could liberate a lot of resources and time and game time and whatnot by not tackling these type of world building, character driven narratives. In this case, that also means that most people who play games, the stories are incredibly linear, And what I mean by linear is linear in psychology, linear in thought. And it's kind of ironic I use the word linear because generally in the gaming space, when people talk about linear stories, they talk about not having choice in the stories versus having choice. A game that has choice with multi-web conclusions is considered non-linear, and that's fair. I'm not using it as a mechanical thing. I'm using it as a writing, linear as in a writing thing. As in, this story progresses linearly, but its resolution and its development, whenever the player is playing it, is not linear. So the nice thing about this being a detective story is not the idea that the detective mechanics of storytelling is linear, is the storytelling is non-linear. As in, it could have gone in any direction. Like Morita, even through his tragedies, could be a character that completely is repulsed by 89's crimes, right? Like the crimes that made 89 possible. Like he could have been one that uphold the law over his emotional baggage with dementia. So the characters are incredibly unpredictable. Like not necessarily unpredictable in the sense that you didn't see it coming. You can see lots of potential ways a human can interact. And that's what makes the storytelling so compelling, in my opinion. It is a non-linear story. It is linear mechanically, as in you as the player go for the ride. That's fair. I just feel like it's such a disservice to not highlight how difficult, or yeah, I'm going to use that word, how difficult it is to write a story that includes enough world building that makes characters behave in a way that can be very engrossing, where what are they going to do next? Like you could reasonably see this character doing 3 or 4 different things in their situation, and they would all fit the character's personality, right? It's not I'm Superman, and well, Superman's only going to do what Superman does, and it's probably one thing. Sometimes, if you get surprised, it might be 2 things, but it's generally just one thing. And that kind of makes me miss games like these. I mean, this is technically the 9th game, and still does not get old about the storytelling. Anyways, just a little side note about Morita. Like, I didn't know where this was going, because I really felt he had a chance of seeing reason through being exposed to Yagami, but it didn't go that way.
警察の内部情報も裏社会に流していた。おそらく新谷弁護士はそういった秘密を知ってしまったんでしょうね。だから綾部はその
I like these little things where they constantly like do the non-verbal stuff with the camera, because it's a very detective thing. I would say this is far more this virtual camera work is very, very reminiscent of old school or long established camera work for detective mystery, like like form of storytelling, where it constantly reminds you of the symbolic stuff, like lots of repeated motifs, and one of them is the badges, and that's the badge for the prosecutor. They did it when Mafu was talking, and then whenever like Hoshino occasionally would show that they're, an attorney, what type of attorney. It gives you extra information that reminds you visually what they're doing while contrasting it with what they're saying.
口を塞ぐために撃ってしまった。突発的に警察の銃で。
なるほど。検察はそういうストーリーで行きたいわけですね。
My little, just to give one last remark, my little digression is because, generally speaking, you can really pick out the people who are used to linear thought when it comes to storytelling, because those are the critics. Those are the ones that would say, this is unbelievable. Like, why can't they do this? Why can't they do that? Like, they should have done this and that. And those are fair, like, logical standpoints from a very limited perspective. Something that from someone who normalizes how simple storytelling is. So it's not to say that they aren't incapable of thinking about it in like a world building standpoint, but generally speaking, that's also required to understand the perspective of these people, right? The people RGG is writing these games for, a vast majority of them, that's why I mentioned like 30 to 40%, the vast majority of them are more used to both linear, isolated, secluded story plots with exclusive world rules that simplify story plots. It allows the stories to be linear in logic as well as linear in mechanics, so that it is easy to follow and everything makes sense. And that whole phrase of somehow emotional, like portrayal of emotional characters, emotional human beings, somehow needs to always make sense, which is not generally what is compelling about world building stories. World building stories have loose ends, they have luck factors, they have happenstance, things don't always work out, and it's always not clear a lot of time. Like 30, I would say the vast majority of the time, it's not clear where they're going to go. Coincidence happen. It feels like luck happens. Like, oh, what a coinky dink, this happened. But then this breaks open. However, did they take advantage of it? No, they didn't. That kind of thing. All the characters have, it has to be weaved complex enough that most of the things that happen in the story seem plausible, but not logical. As in, not, this is the only way they can go about it to conclude the story. And what happens when you have a narrative and a world building thing like that is everyone has their opinions about what was the most reasonable way to go about it. And that's when RGG, in my opinion, succeeds. When a story writer succeeds is when there's controversy with the storytelling. If there isn't any controversy with the storytelling, that isn't just some blatant, I don't know, what a twist kind of thing, like for, like a linear story that was meant to blindside you or like jump scaring or things like that, that was a mechanical thing. When you have dissonance and arguments about how the story should or could or may resolve, and all of them have evidence to back up why that would be the most reasonable, a story writer would take that as a compliment, in my opinion, because they have weaved a complex enough world around characters that live in a world with so much systems and unanswered questions that the people who play and read and see the game has so many unanswered questions and answer questions at the same time. That's when you succeeded in storytelling, in my opinion. Some of the greatest novels in history and whatnot, that's what makes them timeless. They're constantly viewed from a different perspective, multiple perspectives are applicable to the story. When you don't have controversy with the story, generally speaking, then it's probably a linear story. A story that makes absolute sense, it's one-dimensional, and it can only be seen by the vast majority of people to resolve in a singular way. And that's also successful in its streamline. Like if a writer wanted it to be straightforward, they are focusing on something else as well as making the story straightforward. But these stories are not. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm trying to I was prepping my thoughts the last week about how I'm going to review Judgment's story or how they took it, right? And it also means I had to become familiar with all the critics and all the responses and whatnot. And yeah, it's I think it's such a disservice because it's not common to have a story that has multiple interpretations and multiple where and when. So I'm always talking to myself when I'm watching the story over and over again because each time I think of it slightly different and it means all the difference. Otherwise, you would skip all the story again. So what is that? That represents over 50% of gamers, in my opinion, at the moment, because the vast majority of industry standards is to create a story that once you see it once, it all flows really well, and they all contextually reinforce each other. This leads to this action, which leads to this action, which leads to this, and it's done. To me, even if this is only told in one resolving way, I forgot the order of action, what the meaning of those actions are, and that's why I brought up kind of like the Morita thing. Like, it changes the perspective if you think about it differently, which is great. It means complex storytelling. What is inherently a little bit disappointing, in my opinion, is that because linear storytelling is the normalized standard, because I respect that developers have to cut or prioritize specific things because of their vision and all the diminished return that they get from the current modern standard about story is secondary to the retention and cost and reviews even, and it's the last point that's kind of disappointing to me, where it's become so normalized to have linear stories that when a story produces friction and dynamics and complexity, which is like a game like this, it creates arguments, like disagreements, and that hurts the game's rating. Like, it's become a stigma as opposed to a celebration. Because when I see all those like 7s and 8s and lost points because people didn't agree with how the story went and they had their own opinion and then they used the game's story, it's ironic because those people complain about the story sucking, but they remember so much about the story compared to all the games they give 9s and 10s because the story is forgettable. As in, it's not forgettable in the sense that they don't remember the details. It's forgettable because it's like the vast majority of stories they're used to. The good guys win, the bad guys lose. That's the end. The good guys win, maybe there was a sacrifice in it. The bad guys got what they deserve. But they were like winning at first and then they eventually lose. That kind of thing. So the general idea is persistent, and that becomes normalized as acceptable for a 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 game. That's very deflating to me, and it also illustrates why one of the major drivers that developers stray away from complex storytelling, that RGG studios have to take risks every single time when they present a new story, a new origin story, which I'll get into when we talk about reviewing Judgment. And like Casca, Yakuza Like a Dragon, we've already completed that. It was a controversial take because the first comment people make is Casca, like just a little bit of digression towards Casca, like when they talk about Yagami, right, and Judgment, it's around the time they announced that Casca will be taking the lead in the main line, and these are two very different origin stories, right? It's the two lines that will be moving forward and leaving Kiryu Saga behind, sort of, tentatively. And so many comments would be like, wow, Casca acts like a child. He's so unrealistic as a person. It's like, you have no idea what a real, like, in my opinion, it would be argued that you have no idea what a normal 30-year-old millennial person who went to prison and then get normalized to a social media battered world would behave like. However, these people would say like, "Oh yeah, I don't want my character, like my character, to behave like a 6-year-old kid who yells at everything and become very optimistic and make mistakes and stuff. I want my protagonist to be like Yagami, a superhero who always seeks truth and somehow survives all the things he is convicted of, but he was caught in a web of intrigue and conspiracy the whole time, orchestrated by a higher political power. Yagami here is poetically trying his best, but if you think about the perspective of Ichinose and everyone who's involved, he's actually just a dog on a loose leash. Like, there are higher powers in order, and it might reflect those people's wanting to be a person who's like, yeah, we can fight the system kind of thing. It's like, that's fair. It's just that it's not that simple. And what Yagami does is how I felt about like the Kiryu saga. Like, people immediately are repulsed by Casca's lack of power, lack of influence, like lack of conviction, versus someone like Yagami and Kiryu who has full conviction, always gets away with their vengeance, like justice and truth seeking. But in reality, it's kind of ironic because those people who say that's more realistic, that's my jam, they're normalizing what video game does a lot, which is to create protagonists that ultimately do not suffer the consequences of their actions, like in a really, really complex way. And if you look at it, that's kind of one of the things that make Yagami and Kiryu very lucky characters. Casca was easily one of the most unlucky characters. And I'm going to be real here. He is far more realistic when it comes to the genre he depicts, which is not the same thing as Yagami, right? A little bit later, I'll probably mention how I feel about Yagami's character. It is Kiryu if he was a detective, and I can understand why people bundle Yagami and Kiryu together as a argument against Casca, like, because Casca represents a lot of the insecurities and all the things that are bounded by reality. Like, he is a character that is damaged, not filled with all the answers, do not have a resolve that's unbreakable, very soft-hearted. Those are the qualities that are stigmatized, in my opinion, by the people who like these types of games, I suppose. Like a substantial, significant number of people who like these type of game. It's kind of interesting and coincidental that Casca also plays like a JRPG with party members and a turn-based system, because a lot of the soft-hearted characters and stories that revolve around requiring supporting characters that create a party system, because the most realistic type of existing characters in the real world, I would argue, are people who have support systems. Yagami sorta has a support system as well, but it's nowhere near the realistic support system of Casca, which is often represented by JRPGs, really coincidentally or not so coincidentally. There's a deep dive in there that I would like to share in the future. However, in these games, yeah, Yagami would most definitely be buried in a grave somewhere. It's so early on. So it's kind of nice that they're kind of keeping a balance. It's kind of like Kiryu surviving like 2 decades worth of incredible feats. So I'm gonna go back and finish the finale. We'll continue. This is more like a preview of my closing thoughts about Judgment.
まあ込み入った話は奥でしましょうか。
あんたのこと調べましたよ、森田検事正。10年前、ご家族に不幸があったようですね。
誰かが告げ口でもしたかな。
ついこの間までずっとあんたを信じてた誰かがね。小野のラボであんたの対応は異常だったよ。法の番人たる検察官が法よりもアドデック9を第一としてた。ここに来てだんまりはやめましょうよ。
私の母は若年性のアルツハイマーだった。進行が早くてね。発病してから母はあっという間に私の顔も名前も忘れてしまった。私を見るたびに「はじめまして」と言ってね。そして時には泥棒だの人殺しだの罵声を浴びせることもあった。症状が悪化していく母は見ているだけでつらかった。だが兄はその母を長い間ずっと介護し続けた。たった一人で。兄も私も若い頃から法律家を志してた。兄は毎日がむしゃらに勉強していた。私よりもずっと努力してたよ。でも結果は司法試験に受かることはなかった。なので私が一発で受かった時はさすがに心苦しかったな。でも兄は自分のことのように喜んでくれた。兄はいつも優しかった。
続けてください。
母の病が発覚した時も兄は母の体を心から心配していた。でも私の頭の中は葛藤でいっぱいだった。母の介護をすべきだという気持ちと法律家としてのキャリアを終わらせたくないという葛藤でね。そんな私を察して兄は私にこう言った。母のことは心配するな。お前は偉くなって自分が果たせなかった夢を叶えてほしい。それで自分は十分だ。とね。そして兄は24時間、7年もの間、自分を息子とさえわからない母のために介護を続けていた。私はその役目から逃げ続けた。 いずれ何か破綻が起きると心のどこかで気づいていたはずなのにだ。
あんたはその後悔からアドデック9のために一肌脱いだ。いつからだ？
新谷弁護士が殺害された後、私は一ノ瀬事務次官から直々に腹を割って話がしたいと呼ばれた。
一ノ瀬が直接？なぜ？
一ノ瀬さんはいずれ我々検察がアドデック9の闇にたどり着くと予測した。そしていろいろ調べるうち、私にアルツハイマーに家族を奪われた過去があったと知った。それで一ノ瀬さんは私を話せばわかる人間と判断した。彼の提案は明快だった。アドデック9は病に苦しむ患者とその家族、多くの人々を救う新薬だが、それを世に出すためほんの少し目をつぶってほしいことがあると。
なあ、あんたこんな言葉知ってるか？
ん？
火は鉄を試し、誘惑は正しき人を試す。もし何かの犠牲と引き換えに不老不死の薬ができるなんて言われたら、あんたは多分何万人死んでも目つぶってんだろうな。
私にも罪悪感はある。だからここまで君らに付き合った。
生野は人体実験を隠蔽するために寺沢恵美を殺した。あの子が一体何をした？その罪を着せられて大久保新平は死刑を待ってる。いつ殺されるかわからない日を3年も送ってきた。でも彼が何をした？あんたの罪悪感は口だけだよ。自分が何してるか分かってんのか？
黙れ。
あんたの兄さんが果たしたかった夢ってのはそんなことだったのか？え？検事正！
もう黙れ！黙れ！
俺を黙らしたきゃまた殺すしかないな。俺は大久保君と綾部の弁護人なんだ。恵美ちゃんの無念を晴らすためにも黙るわけにはいかねえんだよ。タボ、
That was uh that scene is so powerful. I might even argue it ends up being this gets reiterated when in the later event where Yagami confronts Shono and his motive, right? It's very similar. But the idea is these are two incredibly large philosophies. The idea of right and wrong, and like the path of purity versus utilitarian, right? Sacrifice for the greater good kind of thing. And this is an inevitable theme that will occur. It's ubiquitous. And if you're gonna do anything that deals with politics, even religion, law and order, ethics, morality, you're gonna have to tackle the human condition when it comes to the value of a bigger vision versus the micro path of one's legacy to that, like to establishing, like, the ends justifies the means versus the process kind of thing, dealing with morality, beliefs and conviction. So this one is a really big one, right? And it comes up again. It'll come up again later in the finale where you hear Shono's desperation. And it already came up because this happens a lot in terms of a lot of times dealing with scientific advancements, right? The sacrifices being made. And it's always a really incredible, touchy subject in many ways than just two. Like, it's not just Morita's perspective versus Yagami's perspective, but it's one that is incredibly ambivalent. And it's a topic that does come up quite a bit in video games. However, in my opinion, more often than not, the writers would like to remove the ambivalence by stacking it one way or the other. So here, you're gonna be very familiar with Yagami's plight because you're playing, you're in that role, you're in his role. However, RGG does try quite a bit to balance the scale, as in Morita's story, right? His background story, and then you have it stacked onto Shono. You have it stacked onto anyone who's ever experienced a loved one who has dementia. So, all of that kind of evens the scale. It doesn't create the whole thing where, just he's evil, right? This character is. Now, here's the thing, though. The thing that really tips the scale towards Yagami quite a bit, just to make it not as a safe bet, is to have a protagonist, as in the person you're playing, not the fact that the person is good or not. I think sometimes we forget that the protagonist it is the person you're playing, not the person who's inherently good or desirable. We've challenged this notion quite a lot, but it has been normalized often. Protagonist, as in the person who's positive and desirable and stuff, but not necessarily. And in this case, Yagami comes off as someone who has a point, but it's countered by just as big of a point. It would be great to see the other side of things, but in general, when it comes to video games at the moment, having anti-heroes, quote unquote anti-heroes, or those who have not a very desperate, noble intent, tends to be off-putting for gamers in general, I would say, because gamers like to not feel like they are forced to in the shoes of a character that is something that they don't want to be. That's kind of a normalized thing nowadays, where the character has to be someone you can openly root for, and that kind of detracts from this too. It works against RGG when they have to constantly paint everything in the grays, because the more complex a story becomes, the more complex the motivations become. So as Yagami ages into the series, I imagine it will become grayer and grayer as it goes, just like Kiryu's saga and Casca's saga. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they take it. So far, the stuff that I experienced in Lost Judgment, it continues this thing where they add a person who kind of shifts the scale towards Yagami. And the reason why I'm saying that is that person that tipped the scales to make the casual, I would say, the casual people who have normalized linear villain story, villain hero storylines just walked in. Kuroiwa is the guy who truly is the closest thing to sociopath. And when it comes to detective stories, a lot of times they kind of tip the scales to the side where it's on the side of the protagonist. It's very reminiscent of a lot of detective stories. The elephant in the room would be Sherlock, right? Moriarty is the psychopath or the sociopath per se. And over the years, iterations of Moriarty has become a little bit less villain, like closer more than a human being, right? Instead of just playing the villain. This is relevant because Lost Judgment then takes on those things with arguably the second core part of its story development, which is the school stories, and it reflects around themes of Sherlock Holmes. And Sherlock Holmes, in the most recent iteration, like the most popular iteration, shows the dangers of being from one lens. And Sherlock themselves have become humanized, as in he very well shares a lot of commonalities with Moriarty. So Kuroiwa is the guy that tips the scales because none of the characters are as selfish and potentially only self-interested as Kuroiwa. So this character is center stage to throw the scales over to the character that you most resonate with, the character that you spend the most time with, which is Yagami. And just as only a slight spoiler, I guess, this type of scale throwing, just to make sure like you're on the right side, guys. You as the gamer are on the right side. They throw the scales again in Lost Judgment. While Judgment, the reason why I'm thinking about scales is because that's what Judgment is. It's a teetering scale, right? Are they right? Are they wrong? Are they guilty? Are they not guilty? However, in Lost Judgment, the pattern continues. There's another person who basically just tips the scale one way or the other. And I think that's a safe bet. I kind of understand why, or understand some of the intent and the motivation of putting Kuroiwa, a character like that. And that's something that is worth highlighting here at this point, because we're truly going to see Kuroiwa at his core, and he is a character none other like any other characters in RGG's legacy. RGG has not have a legacy character that is a one-off character that is quite unapologetically a villain. And in my opinion, it's a clever way to make it more obvious how one should feel about having Yagami's back. But to me, I see Kuroiwa as something that rarely happens, and that Yagami's actions only make me want to see another spin-off series or something, or like a companion series where it involves a character on the other side of the table or on a different table entirely, because Yagami still is the Kiryuism, and he is more or less a spiritual successor to Kiryu in a different context. We'll go into that a little bit more, but he is the hero complex. He is the guy that arguably most males would probably be okay with being. For me, it's both. Like, a human being I mean, I make an argument, you know a lot about specific sides of Yagami, and you only know specific sides about Marita. So the gamer, the person who's playing, only knows specific sides of each character because of the events that has happened. You do not ever see Morita fighting crime over his many, many years. Even understanding the 89 conspiracy, you do not see any of that. You do see Yagami in a sense. And in this game, you do not see Yagami when he's making mistakes. He's hurting people's feelings. He's self-interested. You can kind of see glimmers of that, like the idea that he's he has things that he don't do very well, like Mafuyu, right? Relationship with Mafuyu. He kind of neglects his friends a lot. He's a guy who's very lucky to have friends that themselves concerns themselves with him than him concerning with his friends. You might make an argument it's like, no, but Yagami looks out for it. Not I wouldn't say in a equating way. Kiryu, on the other hand, you could see where that goes into the other extreme. But just saying, just to produce, you only see what's available in front, and you have to imagine the rest. Like all the things that Yagami does well is what you see in the game, because you're playing the events that highlight those skills. You don't see all the things that you probably aren't very good at, technically. Like, if he's always constantly seeking truth, he can't possibly appreciate and relate to anyone who doesn't seek truth. So what I mean is, he can't, right, in this very case, he is unsympathetic and okay, he might be slightly sympathetic, but he can't possibly empathize with Marita's struggle. Even though he reads the files and all that stuff, he can be somewhat sympathetic, but the way he said it and stuff is reflective of his character. He can't possibly understand how someone who spent his entire life through all that, become a lawyer, witness all those tragedies, he can only do the best he can. And he's still seeking the truth, right? That's the idea. And somehow the truth gets more weight because you are behind his character. You are not behind Morita's character. You are not behind Shono or even Kuroiwa. In fact, here's a little slight hot take, I guess. Slightly hot take. Most characters that are in, I would say, let's just say, the last 5 years of gaming, some of the top protagonists in games, they're most of them are Kuroiwas. Pretty much all of them are Kuroiwas. That's what makes this particular intersect between Yagami, Morita, and Kuroiwa. Morita is collateral. Yagami is your protagonist. Kuroiwa is your antagonist. But generally speaking, Yagami is not as popular, arguably, as a lot of others, because he is a protagonist that has baggage and like have to make tough decisions and whatnot. And Morita is collateral, so they're all your NPCs that either get killed or get caught in the crossfire of your protagonist. And then Kuroiwa is the antagonist because they only share with you just enough that you know that he's just sadistic in nature. But if we were to frame this and take it and put it into other games, Kuroiwa is the character you're playing most of the time. That's the irony here. That's what games like these really poetically highlight. The most popular type of character archetype right now, in my opinion, is Kuroiwa. A character that does what they want, tear down anyone who gets in their way, and make themselves feel the best because they can do everything and they're unstoppable. That's FromSoft's games. I'm just saying. Like if you're gonna break it down to the fundamentals, you are a character that is unstoppable. You have no remorse, no recalling, no investment in any of the people you take down. They are inherently evil to your eyes. If you want to get into the mindset of Kuroiwa and how he could commit these crimes and he could fully embrace and try to make 89 a reality so he becomes immortalized, which he'll express in the finale right before he gets apprehended. Kuroiwa's vision is the blank slate character you play in most action, quote unquote, action RPG games. You don't actually play a role, in my opinion, unless your role is Kuroiwa, because that's the only role cookie cutter blank slate characters can be. And I would go even as far as saying that's who Link is in Legends of Zelda. You do everything in your favor. All the things you have, you're not probably even convinced that you're invested or can even summarize what Zelda's motivations are or Ganon's motivations are. You are Link. You are the character that always plays in your own interest. You have all the tools. You're given all the tools to be creative, sadistic, masochistic, if you will, because you some of FromSoft's things and challenges that are self-imposed, like no hit runs and stuff. That's masochistic in nature, but it's selfish in nature. It's for clout. It's for self-interest. So when you are forced into a role-playing game, in my opinion, where there are actually roles to be played, you generally feel confused, ambivalent. Should I feel good about this? Why do I feel good about this when it makes me feel guilty? So you're in the role of Yagami, or the role of even Morita if you can, or Shono if you can, because it questions how you feel about someone else's role, like the mindset. And that's like one of the biggest deep cuts I have with introducing a character like Kuroiwa into the series. Generally speaking, characters like this stick out like a sore thumb in complex storytelling and world building when you have a character that's simply completely rotten to the core. Like what I mean by rotten is from the perspective of your protagonist, rotten to the core. Because these are the type of characters that are the most common in video games that do not have complex storytelling. These are the one-dimensional characters that make the storytelling in other games very straightforward so that you can focus on the other stuff, right? The being a superhero. How do you create a superhero that can do anything? You make a Kuroiwa personality. Imagine having a superhero that has to be like Yagami. That superhero would not go around kicking everyone's butt and thinking it's right. What kind of game would that be like? That's a little weird, right? Like, oh, I'm doing the right thing, so therefore that's all there is. Well, Yagami actually gets pretty close to that. In fact, Kiryu is the one. Actually, I'm gonna give the crown to Casca. Casca is the one where doing the right thing gets you hurt still, and doing the second best thing could be a better thing than the first best thing. Like that's the idea. Like when the most classical gaming character archetype is a one-dimensional character that is self-serving. It's Kuroiwa. And it's, to me, I think it's kind of a breath of fresh air, but at the same time, take me out of it a lot, where a character like that, like Kuroiwa, could climb to the police force, right? Head of Kamurocho PD, somehow charm Hamura, get in bed with Ichinose, like all of that. It's the nightmare scenario. But it's poetic because when people play video games, they abandon being Yagami and Morita and Kaito and become a Kuroiwa. That's what video games make you feel. You play a character like Kuroiwa. Just bring it all back. And then now we get to see all that happen. The next couple scenes, that's my thought process. Like, that's the counter to everything else. Like, yeah, you know, Kuroiwa murdered lots of people and stuff, but you still hear his thoughts. And even when he was down on the ground talking to Shono soon, it's hard for me not to see all the other types of protagonists in other game series. They don't make you think. They don't make you second guess your motivations. You are always right in those games. You might even think, I'm doing a wrong thing by shooting things, but it's so right in a video game. It's like, that's... If you want to get into mindset, Kuroiwa is the most common character archetype, in my opinion. Even more common than Saori, who's like a tsundere for any Japanese anime fans. Kuroiwa is the most common archetype. He's self-serving. He does anything in his own vision to create legacy for himself. He is there to do everything that benefits himself, be it getting the achievement for the most kills, or, you know, just a deep cut at myself because I am playing this game as a completionist. It's just, that's what great storytelling does when you have characters to frame it around. If all your characters out to kill in a video game, then Kuroiwa won't stick out. You won't really relate to Kuroiwa. Well, but ironically, it's, in my opinion, when you're in a video game, most people relate to him the most, whether they know it or not, in my opinion. I'll let him go about his business now.
もういいんじゃないですか、検事正。この間はどうも。もうピンピンしてんだな。手加減しすぎた。
やろう。
また二人がかりでかかってくるか。今度は八神と。
何しに来た？
あんたは目つぶっててください。得意でしょ？
カイトさん、手出さないでくれる？なんだと？今度は俺の番だろう。こいつはおやっさんの仇だ。俺だって今までずっと我慢してきたんだ。
いいね。かかってこいよ。安心しろ。攻防なんて野暮言わねえから。
何が攻防だよ。お前は警官じゃねえ。ただの殺し屋だろうが。
Okay. Alright, you're gonna try very hard not to get OTK here. Just gotta be very careful. Nah, I think he's fine. Oh, I don't have fighting spirit up yet. I'll cool down. It's fine. I took that on purpose. Okay. The ice pick. Gonna be real, I'm not gonna look at an ice pick the same way for a very long time. If not ever. Dang. Oh, come on. I was trying to cancel that and then not grab something. That's why fighting spirit is more useful. Let's make this cinematic. Tiger dances with Crane.
冷静になれ。こんな状況でどうもみ消す。私がかばえることにも限度があるんだ。もうここに用はないだろう。
行こう、海藤さん。
下がれ！全員下がるんだ！早く！うるさいこの野郎！どこのだこれ！偉そうにしてんじゃねえぞ！中で何やってんだよ！
何やってんだあれ。松金組の連中だよね。
多分お前が心配だったんだろ。アドデック9にターボーが消されんじゃねえかってよ。
おい、いたぞ。おう、引き上げるぞ。
星野くん。
八神さんが剣士星や黒岩と対決に行ったってそう聞いて。
じゃあここに東たち呼んでくれたのは
僕です。でないと敵はどんな汚い手だって使ってきますから。八神さんと違って。
変に気使うなよ。
木戸の前では本当にすみませんでした。どうかしてました。やっぱり僕はまだまだです。本当にすみません。証人が怯えているのに脅して証言させようなんて。いくら勝つためでもそんなの許されるわけが。
知ってるかな、星野くん。
はい。
火は鉄を試し、誘惑は正しき人を試すだ。
は
This track is good too. I don't know the name of this track. The music. Hamada.
おい待て。
どうした？なんだよ。
よ、誰がいたんだ？
The staging was so good. It's constantly like up, down, up, down, up, down, over and over again.
誰だ？お前。
Yeah, we don't get to see it for a while. It just fast forwards to the Ayabe defense. Does the asynchronous storytelling trick to create suspense.
うん。今日の後半に間に合わせたってよ。
カムロ町で秘密の人体実験か。認知症新薬アドデック9。記事のこの写真って。
この間ショーノのラボで僕が撮ったやつだよ。
なるほど。
The payout for when Sugiura taped all this stuff. Or recorded all the stuff on his smartphone.
そろそろ時間だ。
All right. Actually, before we do this, bathroom break. Alright. Big conclusion. Big conclusion stuff. Perhaps I should have saved it. Okay.
被告人は名前と生年月日をお願いします。
綾部和也です。生年月日は昭和58年7月2日。
次に本籍と現住所をお願いします。
カムロ町弁護士殺害事件第1回公判。被害者は新谷正道、そして被告人は綾部和也。新谷の遺体から出た弾には綾部の銃の線条痕が刻まれていた。綾部の犯行を示す最大の証拠だ。でもそれはモグラこと黒岩たちが仕組んだ偽装工作。綾部は白だ。つまりこの場で行われている法廷劇ははっきり茶番と言っていい。そう、今この瞬間までは。
続いて本件と創薬センターとの関連を否定するにあたって検察側証人を尋問いたします。厚生労働省事務次官一ノ瀬薫さんを。
医療システム産業開発機構の中にあって創薬センターは非常に大きなウェイトを占めています。特に去年発表されたアドテック9の開発については木戸センター長主導のもと日本の国家戦略の一つにまでなっています。
アドデック9というのは
アルツハイマー病の根治を目的とした画期的な新薬です。政府は認知症患者の増大を喫緊の課題と考えアドデック9に大きな期待を寄せています。
ありがとうございます。以上が創薬センターを取り巻く状況です。弁護側は本件と創薬センターとの関連性を指摘していますが、国家戦略を担う科学集団とカムロ町での殺人、その関連性は限りなく薄いと検察は考えます。以上です。
弁護側反対尋問をお願いします。
証人は事務次官とのことでしたが、つまり厚労省官僚のトップですよね。
肩書き上はそうなります。
同期の人間を全て蹴落として今の地位を得た。つまりそうなるまでに大きな手柄を立てたということでしょうか。
そのことが事件と何か関係ありますか。
まあまあ、もう少し聞いてやってください。
なんですって。
2002年医療システム産業開発機構の設立にあたっては一ノ瀬さんがその中心人物だったと聞いています。結果創薬センターをはじめとする関連施設や組織がいくつも誕生しました。これを歓迎する厚労省の官僚たちは多かった。なぜなら天下り先が一気に増えたからだ。おかげで矢に下っても稼ぎは十分、老後も安泰です。
失礼、この場でする議論ではないと思いますが。
なんとかセンター、なんとか研究所、なんとか病院、そういう関連組織の相談役や顧問ってポストが山ほど増えた。おかげでもし厚労省を辞めてもみんな再就職には困らない。やはりお手柄でしたね、一ノ瀬さん。省内の人望を扱ったでしょうね。あなたが事務次官になったのも大いにうなずける。ですがいい時代も長くは続かなかった。その後医療システム産業開発機構は大した成果を上げられなかった。不景気の折世間がそれを放っておくわけもない。毎年の莫大な維持費は税金の無駄遣いと言われるようになった。するとセンターの閉鎖がささやかれ、 その跡地を前提とした再開発計画なんてものまで出てきた。それを風見大臣が内々に OK したって噂もあります。
この法廷は噂を議論の根拠にするんですか？
噂といえばもう一つ、カムロ町では人の目がえぐられるという殺人事件が起きている。
That's such a brilliant setup.
モグラと呼ばれる殺し屋だ。
On the hearsay.
でも実はそれはアドデック9の人体実験で、カムロ町にある秘密のラボで行われているとか。
ただのくだらんゴシップだ。
アドデック9の開発は本来これから臨床試験に入る段階です。ですが創薬センターは密かにカムロ町でその人体実験を繰り返し、これまでに何人も死なせています。
It's kind of leading, but like leading the witness, but he didn't really lead with questions. But he just set a trap to
わずかながら
make
外部へ漏れ
hearsay
始めてい
relevant.
たんです。その状況を示す証拠が実は本法廷の証拠品の中にあります。これです。
How can they see that?
本件被害者である新谷弁護士は
That funny feeling when it's a picture of a smartphone from a smartphone.
極秘だった人体実験へつながる情報を知ってしまいました。だからこそ創薬センターに電話をかけ、この発信履歴が残った。違いますか、一ノ瀬さん。
弁護人は裁判員の皆さんにも分かるように説明を。
新谷弁護士は松金組の羽村というヤクザからある秘密を聞かされていたんです。新谷弁護士が羽村に聞かされたのは、カムロ町の連続殺人と創薬センターのある人間との関与です。そして新谷弁護士は創薬センターに電話をかけ、正野という人物を呼び出そうとした。その正野がアドデック9の人体実験を主導していた男です。
いい加減にしていただきたい。何が人体実験だ、バカバカしい。こんな裁判がありますか？根拠もなく弁護士が好き勝手喋って、検事もなんで止めないんです？
興味深い話だったのでつい。
君は一体何だ？
証人、まだこちらの質問が終わっていません。
何？
いや、質問というよりは確認かな。あなたは大久保新平をご存知ですね。
ええ、あなたが野に放った殺人鬼でしょう。
いえ、彼は冤罪です。3年前センターの認知症患者と寺沢恵美さんとを殺した真犯人は先ほども名前が出た正野博士です。
まだ言うのか。
あんただって全部承知のはずだ。その上で黙ってる。いずれ大久保君の死刑が執行されると知っていながら。
もう結構。私が頼まれたのは創薬センターやアドデック9の解説だ。なのにこんな扱いは。
新薬の人体実験とその隠蔽、その目的に応じて正野とあんたはモグラに人を殺させてきた。全部アドデック9の利権を守るためにだ。
あなたも法律家ならその根拠を示しなさい。
わかりましたよ。
何？
先日のことですが、俺はカムロ町で ある人物から接触を受けましてね。その時に託されたある重要な証拠があります。
The silver bullet. Granted, Yagami did well setting all of that up.
誰だ?
Like they wrote it so that he set it all up for the silver bullet.
お前。羽村の頭。なんでここに。
寂しいもんだったな。
え？
親父の葬式だよ。本家のだだっ広い会場じゃ少ねえ弔問客が余計少なく見えた。
Hamura didn't make a side return either.
俺も証拠ぐらい出たかったがよ。下手に見つかりゃ黒岩に消されちまう。
Because technically, he was an accomplice in the crimes, like the murders of just Kume actually. So he would be around still, as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
なら今はなんでここに？
小野の秘密ラボを突き止めたな、ターボ。あそこは俺も知らされてなかった場所だ。お前を見くびってたよ。
でも結局一ノ瀬たちに締め出されちまった。
諦めが悪いのがお前の心情じゃなかったのか。お前に預けたいもんがある。
何？
俺のけじめだよ。
けじめ？
そいつは俺が持ってても何の意味もねえ。でも今のお前には必要かもな。そいつをお前に預ける。てめえでつけなきゃなんねえけじめを俺は親父に背負わせちまった。あの人は何にも悪くねえのによ。ここで俺が何もしなきゃあの世から親父が化けて出てくる。
羽村、
お前なら連中に勝てるかもしれねえ。親父の仇撃ってくれ。中にちょっとしたデータが入ってる。俺と一ノ瀬をつなぐ唯一の証拠だ。
裁判長、今からその時私が受け取った証拠を提示します。お聞きください。
小野のことを漏らしたのはあなたですね。新谷という弁護士にです。彼から創薬センターに電話がかかってきた。いや、まあ確かにそうだがよ。でも新谷は大丈夫だ。俺が一言言えば黙る。何をのんきな。承知できません。これは大至急片付けるべき案件です。羽村さん、そちらで手を打っていただく。またすぐに黒岩さんに頼んでください。報酬はまた1億で。今回はあなたの不始末ですよ。これ以上私を怒らせないでください。
It is interesting that Hamura, it could be Ichinose who slipped up. So either way, they didn't use Ishimatsu as the go-between person for this one. So I feel like it's also a slip up on Ichinose's part.
黒岩というのは
Because they do have a middleman.
しかしその裏の顔はモグラと言われる殺し屋だと思われます。あんたは羽村を通じてその黒岩に新太に殺害を命じた。電話であんな話をするなんてね。
Yeah,
あ
pretty
んたほどの
careless.
人がよほど慌ててたらしい。
そんな音声データいくらでも捏造できる。事実無根だ。
証拠としては不十分だと。
そうだ。
ですがこれをはっきり裏付ける証人がいたとしたら
連れてくればいい。
では呼びましょう。驚きました？証人、この録音の会話は？
一人は俺だ。もう一人はそこにいる一ノ瀬。間違いねえ。
静粛に。
君、森田検事正はどこだ？このことを承知してるのか？
検事正はこの事件の指揮を執っているつもりですけど、実は蚊帳の外です。
何？
これから私たちは検事正を告発します。罪状は特別公務員職権乱用罪。
俺の次は木戸も証言するぜ。
は
あ？ Yeah, this is
あの
where.
先生は勝川にしかつかね
え。Yeah, this is implying
そ
that
んな木戸に
they
あん
talked
た
to
は
him
見限られ
within the
たってわ
month.
けだ。
一ノ瀬さん、あんたも厳しい世界で上り詰めた男だ。往生際は潔くな。海藤さん、
分かってる。
何か指示したな。何をする気だ？星野君、後を頼んだ。
え？
星野君もいつか独り立ちしなきゃだろ。
は？
急で悪いんだけどな、今日がその日だ。
ちょっとそうだ。
星野君だから任せられるんだ。一流の2番手とかもう甘えたこと言うなよ。
Throwback, all the deep cuts, everything. Even Hoshino gets some closure.
大丈夫ですか？
It's interesting that Hayabe didn't get anything. Technically, he was just a stand-in. Yep.
何も問題ありません。続けます。
海藤さん、
この野郎、電話で指示飛ばしやがった。
誰に？何の指示を？
モグラを始末しろだと。
モグラを始末？じゃあ黒岩を消す気か？
結局あいつもトカゲの尻尾だったわけだ。口を塞がれる。そうなりゃ事件は底止まりだ。ああ、黒岩はカムロ町にいる。行くぞ。今杉浦たちが車回してる。くっそ。
And of course, Kuroiwa, being him, was well prepared.
俺だ。もうすぐカムロ町に着く。真冬、黒岩の居場所は？
まだ見つからない。連絡もつかなくて。ただそれと関係あるかどうか、劇場前で発砲事件があったみたい。
発砲？
ええ、だからもしかしたら黒岩もそこに。
I just had a random thought. The what was that building? The GB building would have been visible in that turn, but I don't know if, since I've only constructed the GB building after seeing the MSQ, and now the GB building gets reset, right? When you start a new MSQ, I didn't rebuild the GB building. So it would be really funny or interesting to see if that scene, this pre-rendered, maybe not pre-rendered, it kind of looks like it's the pre-rendered scene, if they have a scene with the GB building in the back in different stages. That would be pretty OP, like unnecessary levels of investment. I doubt it though, because I'm pretty sure the GB building is not there in Lost Judgment either. I didn't look specifically. I'm gonna have to remind myself to see, because it has red frames. It sticks out like a sore thumb, so it's not there now. It was right behind that lower building with the sign in that scene. Alright.
止まれ。あ、こっちだ。
ただのチンピラじゃねえな。
厚労省の雇ってる兵隊？
邪魔してくるなら殴ってよし。劇場前まで突っ切っていくぞ。
そう来なくっちゃない。
All this really just to find out that he's okay. Like, he's gunning for the ADDC. Oh, he's a few steps behind. Oh, I still have the fighting spirit thing. Huh.
よ、なんでこうもバンがバンバンやってきやがるんだ。待て、違うぞ。
ふざけてる場合じゃないんじゃない？
A little quip.
だから違うって。
頼むよ、海藤さん。頼りにしてるんだから。
A loot joke just randomly thrown in there.
ってもしかして黒岩がやったんじゃねえのか？
返り討ちにしたんだ。自分を殺しに来た連中。
で、それからどこ行ったんだ？
なあ、
ちょっとダメだよ。
まあまあまあまあ。黒岩にやられたのか？
奴は創薬センターに向かった。
え？
長野を殺す気だろう。狙われた復讐にアドデック9潰して、
Which turns out not to be true.
たちも全員破滅させる。
Technically.
クズ同士で潰し合ってくれるってこと？やったじゃん。
いや、今小野に死なれたら結局事件は闇の中だ。大久保君の冤罪も晴らせなくなるぞ。
え？
黒岩を追う。
He's after Shono, but not necessarily same. He wants to ensure that the
創薬セン
AD9
タ
is
ーに警官
successful.
を手配できるか。小野が狙われてるらしい。すぐ安全な場所に移してくれ。
手間のかかる野郎だ。
At least that's what's inferred.
黒岩は見つけ次第確保。銃を持ってるぞ。
The four-man walk down. Classic. Storming. That has to be a
黒岩の方が先に着いたかな。
for the third game, you know, has to happen as well. Gotta have that storm. It happens in the following game.
今どういう状況だ？黒岩は。
止まってください。
弁護士の八神だ。小野はもう安全なところへ。
いや、我々も状況がよく分かってなくて。
ちゃんと情報が伝わってないのか？
急にいろんなとこから命令が来て、指示が錯綜しているんです。
Poor guy. Just trying to do his best. Special security. Alright.
黒岩！
八神だな、お前。
どけ！
Oh yeah, we do fight his lieutenant
所持
guy
品を改める。両手を
upstairs.
広げてみせろ。なんだと？なんでだ？お前らから小野博士を守るためだ。早くしろ！
小野を狙ってんのは黒岩だよ。あんたら騙されてんだって。
あいつを止めろ！あいつが小野、銃を持ってんだ。
わっぱかけろ！
海藤さん、黒岩は研究棟へ向かってる。目的地は小野の研究室だ。止めないと。
いいけどよ、後のことは知らねえぞ。お前ら絶対捕まるじゃないか、これ。
八神さん、弁護よろしく。
黒岩！タボ、そっちは後だ。
これもうとことんやりきるしかねえな。行くぞ
Oh yeah, this track too. This track's great. Oops. I hit the wrong button. definitely did not have this tool during the MSQ run, I'm pretty sure. This was rough. Yagami, please. Dang, he threw that far, man. Beat him up, guys. Take care of business. Good job.
先行けや、タボ。ここは任せろ。杉浦も行け。行け。お前が黒岩を止めろ。
I don't remember his name at all. It came up like once. Oh. Sakaruba? Oh, Sakuraba. Nailed it. Had to delay the combo. Get out of my face. Had to use EX to stop that that gunfire. Offered the gunfire. Hold. Just some casual flipping, no worries. Oh no, I think it's just Sugiura left, right? Whoops. Do I have... I don't think my fighting spirit's off. Oh no, that's a little scary. Pretty sure I can die in a single attack here.
ダメだ。この扉開かないよ。ロックされてる。
ロック?
There's supposed to be a cat here.
そういえば、
I think.
前来た時にエミちゃんが。
そっちの奥は開発研究棟です。ゴールドのカードキーがないと入れません。
ゴールドのカードキー、どこかにないか。
非常事態が発生しました。セキュリティシステムを起動します。システムの起動に伴い、3分後にゲートを完全ロックいたします。
どこだ?
I have to find the kitty cat first. Where are you?
ゴールドってことは色でわかるんだよね。くそ、これは違うみたい。
Sugiura, listen. I need to find the cat first. Oh. Did we do it? We did it. Alright, we didn't screw up. That's good. Okay. We didn't screw up on the cat thing. I was afraid I might have missed one.
あったぞ。これで開けられる。
Okay.
外の渡りようか。黒岩が人を撃ってる。
くっそ、早く止めねえと。黒岩！待て！
八神さん、大丈夫？
くっそ、どこか別のルートは。地下駐車場の入り口。この間侵入した。
そうだよ、八神さん。あそこから病棟まで入れたよね。そしたら研究棟にも行けない。カードキーもさっき手に入ったし。
行けるかもな。
じゃあ行くしかないって。黒岩を止めなきゃ。
だな。
And then now we have like I would say a really nice little touch after this with Sugiura and his sister and Yagami.
益子さんだったっけ？
てめえ、この野郎！
見送ったり出迎えたり、あんたも大変だね。
今回はお遊びはなしだ。覚悟しろ。
Third time's the charm. I think this guy can OTK me with 3 hits. 3 hits with a baton. Dang it. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna pull that off in time. Thank you, Sugiura. That clench though. That clench though.
もう限界って感じ。でも先を急がないとね。ちょっとその顔。
なんかちょっとめまいがするな。
だろうね。
Yeah, this
大丈夫、
sequence.
八神さん。頭結構血が出てるみたいだけど。
どうかな。今すぐ死にはしないと思うよ。
見た目よりは余裕があるのかな。じゃあ行こう。
なんだよ。死体？なんでこんなとこに。こんなの知らねえよ俺。ふざけやがって。嫌だよ。誰がやったんだよ。絶対俺が疑われる。無理だ。信じてもらえねえよ。
なんかさっきより顔色悪いね。
いや八神、お前張り切りすぎると持たねえぞ。刑事弁護は本当信念っつうか正義感、そういうのが試されんだ。あんな金にもなんねえのによ。いいからほどほどにしとけって、経験豊富な先輩のありがたいお言葉だぜ。
So good. Such a clever way to bring back one of the more iconic chapters as well.
このフロアだったよね。奥の渡り廊下から開発研究棟に行ける。
主張するんですか。負けて一番苦しむのは大久保さんなのに。
彼が本当に無実なら勝てますよ。と言っても俺は今回が初めての刑事弁護なんだけど。
え？
民事だと勝ったり負けたり、少し負けっこしてるから。
そうなんですか。
今回の事件、賢い弁護士ならまず無罪は主張しないそうです。でも俺はこの程度の弁護士だからこそ、本気で無罪を取れると信じられるのか。
大久保くんをお願いしますね、八神さん。あとよかったら弟のことも。ずうずうしいですけど。
八神さん、さっきさ、その姉貴の声がしたんだよ。あ、いや、空耳にしては生々しくて。なんか聞こえた？
ああ、後でゆっくり話してやるよ。今はやることがある。
え？
行こう。黒岩を止めるぞ。
分かったよ。少し顔色良くなった？
No save point. Is there a save point down here? Huh. I haven't really... Oh, you can actually walk around the entire place. Huh. Oh. Okay. Just don't have to lock myself in an animation, right?
カードキーをゴールドのやつね。
Alright.
Shono ショーノはこのフロアに？
避難してなけりゃな。この先にショーノの研究室がある。
じゃあ黒岩もこの辺に？
ああ、多分。
八神さん。
ショーノ？黒岩。
とことん邪魔してくれるな、八神。
やめろ。今さら復讐して何になる。ショーノを殺してもお前は。
復讐？誰がそんなことを。こいつには生きていてもらう。
何？
銃を捨てろ！八神さん！
八神さん。やられちゃった。
杉浦。少し待てるか。助けが来られるようにする。
八神さんは？
黒岩とすぐに決着をつけてくる。
ならいいよ。そんな慌てなくて。僕の分までやっつけてきて。
わかった。俺たちはあんたを助けに来た。本意じゃねえけどな。こいつを見ててやってくれ。
わかりました。
諦めろ。もうすべて終わりだ。
うるせえ。まだ終わりじゃね
え。どういう意味だ。
アドデックナインだよ。あの存在がある限り俺は終わらねえ。
あんたさっきショーノには生きていてもらうって言ってたな。
ああ、あいつと俺とでアドデックナインを完成させる。奴だってそれを望むはずだ。俺らが助かるにはもうそれしかねえ。
そんなことができると思うのか。
ああ、できるね。やってみせる。心配するな。完成するまで俺が何人でも実験台を調達してやるよ。薬さえ完成させれば捕まるどころか世界中に感謝される。
正気じゃね
え。じゃあまず お前を久しぶりの実験台にしてやる。死んじまったらその時はお前も目えぐってもらえ。
さっさと終わったら
Holy. I took a block. I took a hit there. It's a little scary. Oh my gosh, he immediately got up. I forgot about that. I could not. I should have held a fighting stance for that one. Not like this. Stay away from me. I don't know if this is gonna take him out though. Not enough. Okay. All right. Next. There's more. Oh my dude. Yeah, I can't quick step that. I even kept my my hand on my Thank goodness for EX boost. It's fine. As long as I don't hit him, right? Yeah. Okay, it's fine. As long as I don't hit him. Just walk away. Walk away, Yagini. Oh! Oh no! Dude. Dude. Not cool. Yep, that would have been death. That would have killed me. Because I get knocked down and I would need to recover. I guess I could have reversaled it in time. Oh! Say wait. Not like this. Get out of my face. Alright. Fitting in. Wanted to end on Tiger Dance with Crane.
よ。さっきやっと誤解が解けてよ。
一旦俺らのことは後回しにしてくれるってよ。後で弁護頼むぞ。
Oh yeah, Kuroiwa does die here as well. In Shono's last stand. One point to Kaito.
Ah?
それは？
ええ、アドデック9です。まだ死なないでください。
おい、何するんだ？
完成したんですよ。
I do have to admit there is a slight loss of detail here. The syringe needle is not capped before he revealed it, so it's stabbing somewhere, wherever he was hiding. Little thing. Sorry for the immersion break.
僕のやれる全てを注ぎ込んだんです。今度こそ間違いない。だから最後にこの新薬が完成したという証明を。
そうやって何人殺してきた？
でもおかげで何百万何千万の人が救われるんです。
だから罪もない女の子まで殺した。何度も体を刺して火までつけた。その罪を着せられた大久保君は今も死刑囚でいるんだ。
僕だって殺したくて殺したんじゃない。アドデック9を作るために、世界を救うためには仕方なかったんだ。
実はアドデック9からは人体への毒性を消すことはできません。生野君は私にそう言いました。それが何人も実験台にしてたどり着いた結論だそうです。つまりアドデック9は失敗です。しかし彼は誰にもそれを言えずにいた。すでに何人も死なせて、その全てが無意味だったと言い出せなかった。
あなたがその話を聞いたのはいつですか？
つい先日ですよ。それを聞いて私はこの法廷で証言することにしたんです。
世界を救うためには仕方なかった。違うだろ。お前がエミちゃんを殺したのは自分の保身のためだよ。世界を救うのが目的ならアドデック9の研究は他の誰かに引き継ぐことだってできたはずだ。
僕が研究してきた薬だ。僕でなきゃ完成させられなかった。じゃあ今証明してみせますよ。僕の考えた薬が正しいこと、僕のやったことが正しかったってことをね。
おい、
僕の母は認知症になった祖父母を長いこと介護してた。それを最後まで見とった後、気が抜けたように倒れて死んだ。僕だってアルツハイマーに大事な家族を奪われた一人なんだ。でもこれでもう同じ悲劇は二度と起こらない。僕が研究者になったのも、この薬の開発を手がけたのも、神様が授けた運命なんですよ。なんで
そうかそういうことか。
アドデック9の副作用は被験者に激しい頭痛を起こさせ、その眼球を青く染めます。 そうなってはもう助からない。青くなるのはアドデック9に由来する毒素がたまるためだと生野君は言ってました。それは紛れもない人体実験の物証となってしまう。だからカムロ町で見つかる死体からは常に眼球が持ち去られていた。それらは全て生野が処理していました。
So there is a little bit of inference there that is a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm quite on the page here, but it almost inferred that that last scene, that Kido inferred that Shono is the one who removed the eyes from the patients. Because Kuroiwa was like, oh, I see. So Kuroiwa might have just been the guy who did the beating up, the shooting, and whatnot, but, like he didn't have an MO kind of thing. And it was truly that Shono was the one who removed the eyes after the experimentation fails. You could interpret it that way, or Kuroiwa has the ability to, like he was the more logical person who would have reservations on removing people's eyes. But it might have been even deeper than that. That Shono's ambitions, passions, baggage, all that moved him to normalizing for the sake of sacrificing everything, even innocent lives, for his goals, right? That's kind of what that last little piece where Kuroiwa's reaction and Kido's final reveal, right, lined up. So it's implying that the eye gouging thing was actually Shono's handiwork. Like the lengths Shono has went through.
八神先生。
釈放は来週？
多分そのくらいだろうって聞きました。
We don't see Okubo either.
エミの事件の最新がありますけど。
最新は形式的なものになると思う。もう誰も君がエミちゃんを殺したとは思ってない。
はい。もう行くんですか？
今日はもう一人君と話したいってやつを連れてきたんだ。
え？文也君。
あとはもういいな。
一緒にいてくれればいいのに。
I really thought Okubo would be like tagging along since we saw Sugiura return as a mainline character for Judgment.
じゃあな。
Maybe third time around. To bring up some legacy from the longer hiatus, I guess. Maybe.
八神さん。
It's every 3 years ish. It's usually every 3 years ish. 3 to 4 years. It's the cycle. They like to literally do every 3 or 4 years, along with figuratively in the game, which is also figuratively literally 3 years in calendar years. But 3 years in advance of the release date of the game, which would take place the year it's released, around the year it's released. Genda.
小野と黒岩は死亡。一ノ瀬や森田健二生は
Close the chapter on Ichinose and Morita.
八神探偵事務所のおかげですね。でもこれから大変なことになります。厚労省は大揺れでしょうし、創薬センターも
多分解体ですかね。
結局梶平の狙い通りになっちゃったりして。
It's not quite clear if the ADDC got replaced or there's something there or whatnot. Kajihiro ends up getting pursued as well for colluding or conspiring with Minister Kazumi, but there was no context to what happened to the ADDC outside of what they're saying here.
納得いきません。
いや、そっちはそっちで風見大臣との癒着が追及されるみたいだ。警察が動き出しているんだとよ。天網恢恢、楚にして漏らさずだ。
こっそり悪いことはできないってことですね。
おお、よく知ってるな。じゃあこれ知ってるか？
はい。
うちの事務所は所内恋愛禁止だ。
え？
仕事に身が入んなくなるんでな。
3 years later, they didn't get together though. Like even within 3 years. So.
そこは引いちゃダメでしょ。
Here's what happened. It didn't really get filled in.
いつも無視されるもんだ。若い頃は俺らも忠告なんて聞かなかったか。
Matsugane?
なあ。松金よ。
So many layers. In one game. Just one game. This is an origin game, so it almost feels like 3 or 4 games.
まあ、俺は
we'll talk about it later.
別に構わねえよ。お前が弁護士に戻っても。今ちょうど依頼もねえし、俺は他で職探してくっからよ。
何言ってんだよ。俺はここを閉める気ないって。
せっかくまっとうな世界に戻れんのにか。こんなろくでもねえ街で探偵続けるなんてどう考えてもアホだろ。
言ってくれるね。
海藤さんの言う通りじゃない。今の八神くんなら弁護の依頼で引く手あまたなのに。普通選択の余地ないでしょ。
そうかな。
そうかなって。源田先生も弁護士に戻って欲しがってる。それにきっと松金の親分さんだって。
俺もそう思うぜ。いろいろあったけどよ、ターボーが弁護士に戻るのはやっぱ神様のあれなんだっけ、神様の
おぼし飯。
それだ。
よしてくれよ。
え？
俺は弁護士を辞めて探偵になった。でも探偵という選択をしたから大久保君の冤罪を証明できた。
それはまあそうかもね。
皮肉なもんだよ。弁護士やってて真実をつかめずに逃げ出してたってのに、弁護士を辞めたことで真実にたどり着くことができたんだから。どんな選択にどんな未来があるかなんてわからない。それこそ神のみぞ知るんだろ。だからどんな選択をしたところで大事なのはその後さ。絶対に諦めないことが一番大事なんだ。
まあね。
でもさ。
でも
法廷で久しぶりにスーツ着たけど俺いまいちじゃなかった。スーツ着るって選択だけはやっぱ絶対なしかな。
beat change.
その点探偵はスーツ着る必要ねえし。
あのね。
はい、八神探偵事務所。猫が逃げて帰ってこないって、うちはペットショップじゃねえんだから。
いいね、面白そうじゃん。 猫の名前と特徴は？
ちょっと八神くん。
シャコ、5歳のメス。じゃあ写真送っといてください。よっしゃ、じゃあドンキでまた旅でも買ってくっか。
海藤さん、久しぶりの依頼だ。絶対ものにしようぜ。
All right. So we're gonna pause here because we have to make the remark here. So the credits are gonna roll. It's a really wonderful credit sequence where you show it shows Yagami and Kaito chilling, and then the cat that they were looking for right there just happened to roam around, and they ended up getting the cat. But we're gonna skip this because Alexandros made 2 great songs for this game, but they are inevitably going to get muted. So for those who want to enjoy it, you gotta check out. I think it's the 2 songs are Arpeggio is one of the lists, and something with song in it. Arpeggio and Arpeggio was the intro song too. So they're gonna play Arpeggio. And then Your Song. Your Song is the last name. It's gonna follow up by Your Song. So we concluded that it gets muted. So we're gonna skip to the end credits. Skip the end credits. And there's the legend run. Should hear like a beep or something. There it is. We still have 1 task left, but I have a setup for this. We still have 1 task to complete, and that's the drone for 1 hour. So what I'm gonna do is, while I share my thoughts, like, we call it a review, and like most people would probably call it a review, but I'm gonna think of a different name because I don't think it's necessarily a review, but more of a retrospection, like a reflection on the game, because the review is the entire game. Like, as I'm playing, I'm reviewing the game as much as I can say. So this reflection is probably going to take an hour, and we'll cleverly make it our timer for an hour, maybe, or more. I don't know if it includes the times. So we're gonna walk outside. I'm gonna set the drone up. Let's double check. Let's double check. The ending sequences, the finale chapter it's absolutely incredible. It really does show how far the group has come. Let me make sure. I should be missing 1 thing, which is the bird. I think the achievement's called "The Bird's the Word." Yeah, the bird's the word. So still missing. And it turns out, at least if I had to guess, it's probably only drone in the city, like during the city roaming, because in Lost Judgment, that's the only time that it counts, and it literally says city. I don't actually think it counts the time in drone racing, because I struggled with Pipeline. There's no way I have not controlled the drone for more than an hour. I think that whole thing took 2 sessions, so that's at least over like 3 to 6 hours. So there's no way it counted the drone time. It only counts during the city thing. So we're gonna set up the city thing, right? But we're gonna mute the game. There is a buzzing noise when the drone's up. So we're gonna hear the Steam achievement beep. It's gonna be our timer for my... It's probably gonna be less than an hour because we have... So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna play arguably my track, my go-to track for the back-end track for as I'm doing this retrospection. How do I... How do you make sure this shows up? Give me a sec to set up. How do you open just the one? Sec. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we're gonna let this drone hang out. All right. So we reached the end. All right. Just gonna do general prefaces for this part of the retrospection. As always, this retrospection is not a comprehensive review. I am not a person who find it rewarding or capable of recalling all the finer details of every little element. So it's not that I don't care enough to do so, it's that I find it incredibly more rewarding to see the natural progression of the things I remember as a reflection of an experience, an active experience, instead of more of the intellectual approach where I would painstakingly review every aspect, as comprehensive as possible, right? Like all the little details, line up all the plot devices and whatnot. These retrospections tend to be coming from a psychological and a philosophical approach to enjoying products, actively looking at topics that are worth discussing, and also focusing on the perspective of the target audience, perhaps the non-target audience, memorable situations, maybe even low points, provide a personal opinion, and then perhaps some wishful thinking or creative criticisms that are not meant to be taken as direct changes or requirements or anything, just a different take that may produce a different experience in the future. And if none of that results in anything, it's still a grand experience. So these are not meant to be comments from any form of expertise. Just lots of anecdotal collective experiences from my exposure to this type of medium, right? So to clear out the room, I have to establish my legacy. So my legacy with Ryoga Gotoku Studios is Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2. Hold up, I gotta loop this. It's such a short track. Okay, so Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, Yakuza 3 Remastered, Yakuza 4 Remastered, Yakuza 6, Yakuza 5 remastered, Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, Yakuza Like a Dragon, and also the entire MSQ and over 50% of the side cases and school stories of Lost Judgment at the time I'm making this retrospection. So that's 9 games, not including Judgment. So that's 10 games of written story elements that I have legacy about, as well as designer points following RGG, all back to back within a year's periods. I would say it's been 6 months since this very point. So everything was done as closely possible as mentally and emotionally and physically possible, right? So that things are fresh in my head, but at the same time, I do have to make a slight disclaimer that it also includes an incredible volume of thinking and knowledge and details that I do not humanly have the capacity to handle. So there will be missed details, missed connections, or things that resonate with other people. But this is my retrospection, so it's not necessarily a reflection of the comprehensive omnipotence that is the internet in information. So, to begin, I want to start with the fundamentals. This judgment, let's take the developmental approach, right? The strict facts, the ones that are observable, the game as a product, all the mechanical things. Let's start there. In this development cycle, this comes as the most recent, next to Lost Judgment, of what we're going to now refer to as the Gaiden formula, the side story formula, because it is now very convenient to group this as the companion line now of design. So what highlights the companion line of design is anything inherited from the original Yakuza line, the Kiryu saga. So in design, the highlight center would be the beat 'em up / fighter oriented core design in the combat. This also might seem like something most people don't contextualize, but because of its core combat, right, how the combat is developed and stuff, it does heavily influence what design choices they take in terms of how all the other stuff wraps around it. So what I mean by that is how character-centric it can be, even in story elements and contexts, like the time they use for supporting characters, how supporting characters are interwoven, how the core mechanics play with the themes. So it does dramatically impact that. So this does stand alone as an RGG divergence, point of divergence with Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is Kasuga's tale, and the divergent in-game design for that. Oh, we're done. Anyways, we're gonna keep going. So we got the chip, we got the achievement pop-up, but anyways, let's keep going. So here, for the fundamentals, this is RGG's most mature design to date, and it's reflective of that outside of Lost Judgment, which comes after, right? And I'll be saying the same for Lost Judgment, but at the time of considering this is the second to most mature game design of RGG's over 10 years closing to 20 years of legacy and design in this. So what are the fundamentals? Well, MSQ storytelling is, well, let's highlight the simple stuff that are very non-debatable first. Classic pastime minigames, check. So the core of world building in Kamurocho, or their cityscape, is pastime gaming stuff, right? So that includes card games, like casino and the gambling hall, check. That grounds the elements of RGG design. Then we have the mechanical, as in the input oriented mini games that are a refresher and almost necessarily unchanged a lot of times. So, you know, darts, batting centers, batting center. Actually, we can use some of this to help with that. So we have the return of, oh, I think it's easier to use it. So where is the batting center? Oh, it's not even listed on there. What? Here it is. Oh, it's out of order. Okay. So the batting center, right? And the arcades. Also, one of the arcades would be closer to the gambling hall and the casino. These are classics, but there's a little bit of a twist, so it's in between. So then you have the batting cages, and then the arcade spins. In this case, this is Kamuro the Dead would be a great example. Just a spin on it. And then we have shogi, right? So these are the consistent stuff, consistent input things that ground the literal transition and mahjong, for example. Then we have the patented RGG's upper level, so the creative level of the world building minigame side, which in this case is identifiable to the context or the theme of this game, and I reckon that these will remain exclusively themed to Judgment. Provided there's a third Judgment game, fourth Judgment game, these I would say would remain exclusive to the theme of the contextual nature of like the characters and the timeline they are in, which would include drones. So the drone racing, we know this to be true for the time being, but there hasn't been a Kiryu saga or a Like a Dragon saga outside of these two games yet, per se. But in the design space, you can see the design language underneath them being shared between the two. Like drone racing takes programming elements of crossing between the Like a Dragon, the main line, and the Gaiden line, right? Which includes the Judgment series, just for grouping purposes. So drones are going to be unique, probably, to Judgment. So it's its highlight. And Paradise VR, possibly. I think these two are the center stage things that in Lost Judgment gets carried again, and drone racing didn't quite change as much out of the location change, which goes the same with like the batting center and stuff. But Paradise VR also had new additions, so I think these two, there is a chance that these two may add as ad hocs for new introductions in the Like a Dragon series, but the elements themselves, like the context or the actual creative parts, like the using drones and the dice spinning and stuff on the board, may stay unique potentially to the Judgment series. So that covers one of RGG's core design stuff, which is the mini games. And the mini games are more of a reflective of the solid, immutable nature of the cities, which is a world building element. So these are considered the world building elements, right? Even the slice of life, which slice of life is part of the world building element. And then you have all the food, right? All the food. Check. Even all the updates in food and whatnot, drinking, etc., the shops, and of course Kamurocho itself. So this game actually followed Kiwami 2. Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, was the first Dragon Engine title, technically, and then, or in release order, and then the follow-up was Kiwami 2, which Yakuza 6, The Song of Life had as a mainline progression. It typically features two different cities. One, the showcase city, and Kamurocho. But during Kiwami 2's development, like the remastering, it had like the implementation, the lift of Sotenbori, right? So you have two cities. In this, I think it felt more like their priorities were shifted a little bit. So this is slightly different in the sense that it does feature Kamurocho itself, but I felt more like it's Yakuza 4 Remastered when they introduced many characters, where the main focus is in the MSQ. So we'll talk about that more later. But it does feature Kamurocho exclusively, which only happened a couple times actually, which is Kiwami 1, Yakuza 4, and that's it. Those are the only other two titles. And those were the experimental titles, right? Yakuza 1 being the origin story of Kiryu Saga, technically, like from a technical standpoint. And Yakuza 4 is the origin story for a lot of characters, right? And we'll get to, someone might say like, well, but Yakuza Like a Dragon had two cities. It's like, well, it has a different fundamental compositional standpoint because it's a JRPG game, right? So excluding that, we are only specifically talking about Gaiden as a group, Gaiden, this structure. So now let's talk about the main core of RGG, the next main core. So first we had the world building, so the location, city building is all of its assets, so all the shops, all the, you know, all the food and whatnot, and then all the mini games that proliferated. It's not necessarily the other half per se, it's more like the other third. And now let's get to content, the creative content, not the necessarily the mechanical content exclusively, like not the input content, but the core of RGG is its writing. And it can be separated into the last 2/3, which is the MSQ and the slice of life, all of the rest of the slice of life. So let's go over the slice of life because that stuff is, I still think, secondary to RGG's main draw, which is the MSQ. In this way, in this game, the way side cases and friendship and stuff approaches and whatnot, they tend to change all the time, right? Like what I mean is they're shared and change most of the time on how they're presented. And I don't think this is going to be unique, and spoilers, I know this stuff doesn't actually stay unique because we have Lost Judgment as a point of reference. So outside of the flavor, so the writing and the themes, you have like side cases instead of sub stories, and then you have friends instead of allies, and then you have hostess clubs instead of the girlfriends, right? And this is where you can see RGG a point of diversion, no, a divergence between what I would say is gonna remain as the Gaiden series, as in like the Kiryu S Yakuza stuff, thematic Yakuza stuff, and then the take on detective Law and Order. We're gonna say Law and Order stuff of Judgment. And in this case, they decide to go with friends. So every friends, there are 50 of them in this game. This is largely going to be pretty spoiler friendly, but there are 50 friends, and then, you know, there are 4 girlfriends, and they are basically mini novellas. They are a different spin exclusively outside of side cases. Side cases embellishes Yagami's like his life as his career, right? His detective work, his lawyer work, that kind of thing. And generally that's restricted to side cases, while at the same time the emotional slice of life element comes in the form of friends and girlfriends. And it is an absolute delight. Like, it's variety to the max. You get callbacks, you get cross universal references. So what I mean is, it's not clear if there will be some sort of explainer and contextualize what is exclusive and not exclusive between the Judgment world and the Like a Dragon world. However, you'll see these cross-design throwbacks, cameos, crossover stuff, right? And it is variety to the max. In fact, you might be thinking 50 friends, and a lot of them interact differently. Like, a lot of them interact with each other, interact for several segments, and have more things. And legitimately, none of them are redundant. In fact, some of them appeared as redundant, but they turned out that they interact with each other. So it is as many type of combinations as you can with 50. And then in the girlfriends department, it's not in one static location with, like, so this is also a point of divergence. Instead of hostess clubs where you go to the hostess and hostess shares through dialogue, and then you see like a main core interaction, instead they went with meeting 4 people and interacting with them in their own distinct line of events. These would be like what I would qualify as the high, like, spotlight sub stories that they did for Kiryu Saga stuff, where there's an extra element of longer progression and detail of supporting characters. They're not necessarily VO'd, they're just so much writing in this game. So the most largely almost all of these, except for the final like girlfriend special, has some VO touches. All the friends are purely text, but it is incredible how much they could. It's indescribable what's in Friends. Like, if someone asked me for an example, I could probably think of a friend example of it, but I wouldn't challenge myself to remember all 50 of them. But when prompt, there's an example of it in this game. And then we have 50 side cases, and granted, one of them is Amon. So Amon is a crossover staple. It's a mechanical design staple of this game, right? So then we get to the core, the thing that represents RGG, in my opinion, uncontested, non-competitive field, and that is MSQ. Like, yeah, we could argue MGS maybe a bit back, and you could say visual novel games and whatnot, but this is on top of everything I've said. So while I'm saying that the weight is on the MSQ in RGG, It is the whole package that makes them truly uncontested, in my opinion. And I wish them the best. Maybe even inspire others to take a gamble, but it really makes them stand out. So for me, casually, MSQ is foreseeably a longer runtime from scene to scene without any input whatsoever. Better than, like, longer and extensive than the vast majority of games. Just scenes alone. And the last time I've ever heard that kind of phrasing is usually like Kojima's Metal Gear Solid series, right? Or you could make a contentious argument for Persona. Persona is currently something along the side, and here's, you know, the fun thing about mentioning Persona is because it's not very uncommon to find both of them in the same conversation nowadays, because SEGA believes in both. Like, the publisher SEGA believes in both of these series, and they are largely non-competitive. Like, what I mean is, it's difficult for other games to ever establish something like this now, right? And I think they're on Cloud 9. With the side shout out to Baldur's Gate, right? Larian Studios have a different take on how storytelling works. And in here, the MSQ, solid like 25 hours of that's like 5 movies. That's more than 5 movies. That's like 6-7 movies worth of cutscenes and whatnot. It's phenomenal, and it's both phenomenal in English and Japanese. It actually holds up. I would say that to bring another legacy in, Yakuza Like a Dragon's theme and the stuff they chosen to do as the slice of life and the character development, the characters that they were able to weave in that type of format leans heavier to English, as in I actually feel it's like a 51 to 49, 51% in English's favor, because of the type of characters and the type of feel they're going for actually leans really heavy towards the dynamics of English, which is really great primer to say that RGG can do both. Like, what I mean is they are able to deliberately and intentionally write appropriately to highlight and almost benefit the idea that they're investing money, right? Investing time and effort and creative process in making an English cast and a Japanese cast for the writing. It's incredible. I feel like there's a great underappreciation to knowing how difficult that actually is. And I refuse, for the time being, to believe that this was a coincidence and this was a fluke. And sure enough, thankfully, Yakuza Like a Dragon wasn't a one-off. I feel Judgment, I would love to hear the developer's point of view, or like at least Nagoshi, right? However, Nagoshi is also not with RGG anymore, or Sega in general. He's gone off to... I would love to hear how much of the cross-cultural consideration was it to choose a detective story, right? Like, yes, organized crime originally also was, his vision was, at least the impression I've gotten, was that organized crime, the Yakuza, whose Japanese thing was targeted towards Japanese audience and predominantly male Japanese audience. However, organized crime is a cross-cultural theme. It is incredibly used in this medium, both television, movies, books, and video games, between the two. So its transition into having English and Japanese, like translations, subtitles, or audio, was incredibly natural. Like, it's appropriately natural. But I wonder how much in hindsight or in foresight did they consider this, because now fast forward 7 games and 2 remakes, right? Or 8 games and 2 remakes. Now they had to choose a different topic, but the topic lends itself because it's been organized crime, then you have Law and Order, and sure enough, organized crime and Law and Order, detectives and lawyers and stuff have a great cross-cultural theme, like contextually. So in fact, it's to the point where it actually leans stronger towards the Western audience, actually. The Hollywood and the multi-billion, industry, the entertainment industry, this is actually one of the leaders of the genre, right? So I don't know if they ever thought about that, or they were just going about like, this is my vision, I wanted to tell the story, this Japanese side of things. Like, that's fair. I really think it would be a mind blown, my mind would be blown if they took the hindsight that one day, 10 years down the line, we want to appeal to a larger audience, and somehow we planned on choosing a topic, not just one topic, 2, 3 extended topics that involves a culturalism that actually feeds incredibly well to Americans. And when I say Americans, I strictly do mean Americans, because if you play this game, you read the English, all the translations, even before they have audio English, right? And now we do Judgment, and then Yakuza Like a Dragon, and including Lost Judgment as well. They're American English and American idioms, American jokes. Occasionally, you throw in some British nods, because like Sherlock, it's, like the detective story. There, okay, but it is heavily dominated by Americanisms, even the voice acting choices, right? So, with that said, it is absolutely brilliant how this story this origin story for Yagami played so well into everything they have done compositionally. So we're only specifically talking about compositional stuff like design. I know there's like game mechanics that most gamers would focus on, like, oh, how does it feel? What's the inputs? What's the interactivity? But before interactivity, there was also creative liberties. At the highest level is writing. And writing is something RGG has been working on for so long. The friends and the side cases and girlfriends, that's great. But the MSQ, you could see all the RGG-isms of what I'm going to refer to now as, right, the Gaiden series. In this, its runtime is the longest ever. Like, at first I was thinking, maybe Yakuza 5 remastered runtime was pretty high, but no, like, this is easily, in my opinion, the most matured, like, fine wine example of how they could accomplish it. See, Yakuza 5 remastered had legacy. Yakuza 0 had legacy before this. And you might be thinking, well, Yakuza 0 is in the beginning. It's like, it still had legacy. Like, what I mean is, all the production, like, yes, we'll talk about the separation between like a casual person approaching it for the first time, because it's technically an origin story, so that's fair. But this game, like the game after, which is Yakuza Like a Dragon, this game shows the maturity in which, hey, we got to start a new series, right? Well, we got to start a new creative story series. And I wanted to say it this way is because, you know, gamers are gonna be gamers. They're gonna say, well, this is just an RPG game with a new story. It's like, fair enough. That's like, I've already emphasized that there are fundamental compositional, mechanical and design that makes an RPG game, because that's their mainstay. If you make it a not RPG game, then you're likely not playing in RPG game. So let's just clear that out of it. So they need to create a new origin story. So no more legacy. Throw that legacy out. What do you have left? The legacy of design, the city, the world they built. So they're hopping on what makes the MCU possible. They're hopping on to what makes... MCU is probably the best example at this point, because the other games are more like they use a backdrop to loosely connect everything, like Assassin's Creed or something. So in this game, like Final Fantasy is only by namesake, and then in itself have like overarching themes that connect them. In this game, in the universe they have, the world is the connecting factor. The different stories are their creative freedom. So they have to create it again. So how do we shed Kiryu? How do we shed, or effectively, how do we shed Kiryu, right? And how do we do it to capture the impact of 7 Yakuza games? 7 Yakuza games for Kiryu Saga. Well, to me, it would look a little something like this, at least from a budget and a release standpoint. 25 hours, I would say, casual 25 hours MSQ that culminates in all the isms that they have ever accounted for. I would say structurally it has been pretty consistent. So you would have a micro level where, you know, your protagonist goes from beat to beat. It's responding to crises, and it's like getting to the truth of matter, right? The micro level. Then you have the 4-tier system, where you have the micro, the day-to-day beat stuff. Then you have the pecking order, the hierarchy, like who's in charge of who. But all within that, it involves the 3 prongs of organization. So organized crime, law, law and politics, right? And then at the very top, you have the absolute classical battle between principles, morality, principles, tough decisions. You have all that. But now what they have to do is, how do we do it in one game? A singular game that isn't Kiwami 1. And I would ultimately say Kiwami 1 lacked, like they tried to embellish it and made more things, but still not aged fine wine, my judgment. Even Yakuza 0, like if you can summarize Yakuza 0 by the predominantly stronger at the micro level. It's a micro level kind of thing where off beat to beat, you're following the characters' driven motives and whatnot, and it's acting on the legacy that's built around it. Like once you get hooked on the characters, the legacy is built across the rest of the game. Well, Judgment has to do all of that and slap it into one. Or they, instead of trying to play the slow game, like we're planning on making 7 more games. It's fine. Like Judgment, we'll start slow. Let's just have, Yagami solve a few cases, get into a little scuttle, solve Professor Layton style things. No. They went hard. did everything. They went from getting all the friends to like you, so all that stuff, becoming a legend. It just went from 0 to max, and they covered all of it, and it is absolutely impeccable. It's so hard to not feel like when you hit the last chapter in this game, you've played like 7 games worth of inside jokes, throwbacks, like, oh, this one scene here, I'm gonna spend 3 hours talking about how this one scene is significant. So they really, it's the densest thing that I have seen, or I have felt, since Yakuza 5 Remastered. And how did Yakuza 5 Remastered do that? Well, every scene is incredibly dense because every scene also has all the weight of 0 through 4. So like you have something to say about everything for like hours because it has all that. But Judgment, at first you start like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, right? You have all the baggage of like the world, right? Kamurocho, the world on it. So you already start at the world, which makes up 30% of RGG's, over 30% of RGG's core. And from there, like slowly, you know, this is Yagami, okay. And then it just exponentially just cruise to the top because everything just stacked on everything. Like they made a story that was incredibly enough that by the end of the finale, everything meant something. Like it's every second felt like it wasn't idle chit chat. Like every second wasn't just a, oh yeah, here's them traveling to the next scene for 5 minutes. It was just so jam-packed. Like it went from scene to scene, and it felt like the meatiest long extended movie I have ever I've seen in a long while. It just felt like a movie. It really genuinely felt like a movie. And we're talking about the tough task of Kiryu Saga was like watching a 7-season television show, right? Incredible. Like we're talking about like Breaking Bad, right? 7-season Breaking Bad. You have ups and downs, and even in Breaking Bad, but or Mr. Robot, something like that, because those are my jam, right? I really like this type of thing, so I am incredibly emotionally biased, maybe even intellectually biased. But you have to now make a movie of it, and let's just say it's more of a Lord of the Rings. Shout out to Peter Jackson, right? A Lord of the Rings extended cut, 6-hour extended cut, or let's meme a little, I guess, like a Schneider cut of Justice League or something, where you have to condense all of that, all that legacy into like a 6-hour runtime. In this case, it's like comparing 600 to 700 hours versus I'll give this game like 100-hour runtime in its entirety, so the whole product, right? And I did it. I mean, like, I'll get to my like generalized score in a bit, but that's what I want to say. I'm not going to say what's in the story, what's there, because you can experience it yourself, but it is so good, the story. And playing it again in Japanese, yeah, it still really holds up. Now, here are a little bit of things that are a little bit different between the Japanese and English. It's a lot less than Yakuza Like a Dragon, where because English has different ways of exuding humor versus being serious, and then Japanese. In this game, it's a detective story. It's very grim. It's a lot darker, right? It's actually even far darker than the Kiryu Saga even. It's light years darker than the new mainline Casca, right? And I think that was intentional. I really do think that was intentional. So in the way that is generally darker, there are very few opportunities for offbeat moments. And a lot of times in Japanese cinema, it's overly serious and mellowly dramatic in a desirable way if you're into it. I am into it. So those lighthearted beats shine out. Like, it's like getting flashbanged by a white screen. That's how, and it warms my heart. But then immediately goes back down, right? They have these beats. It does happen in like pivotal moments where it just blinds you with happiness, just for that moment, right? And you have friends and girlfriends and whatnot. But in the MSQ, the performance is restricted to the MSQ largely, because voice actors, VAs, are largely 99.9% recruited for the MSQ. So in that regards, there is a subtle difference. Unfortunately, the subtle difference is something that is consistent between Western depiction of detective stories and Japanese depiction of detective stories. So largely everything stayed within the box. There are only one very noticeable difference, and it's the more bolstery forward voice of Yagami, and then the more softer voiced Yagami. So the Japanese is softer than the English, and it can exude a different feeling, but largely it's the same. So in my opinion, I still play both of them. They're consistently up to the quality that I would kind of just in the box. Unlike Yakuza Like a Dragon, which was two very different experiences. If you're more of a both kind of guy, like quantity and quality, I would give my nod to Yakuza Like a Dragon because of its context. The story and stuff kind of restricted, like the way the theme, context, and characterization restricted the dynamics of the predominant differentiating trends between English and Japanese voice actors, in my opinion. In this game, they're both on the same page. So for better or for worse, for those, this is an ideal situation where often people are worried like, oh, but it's not like the Japanese, or oh, the English is not like or the Japanese is not like the English, etc. Like the experience, it's very similar, because detective and law and order stories, in fact, I could even attest to the idea that this game's characters are heavily inspired by Western detective stories, specifically American ones. So it would not, for those who are well read, I guess, or well experienced in detective stories and like watch true crime things and whatnot in both Japanese and English, would probably become very normalized to seeing that they're more or less similar. And that works to the cohesiveness in this game. It does reduce the variety, and I am a variety guy. I do truly believe at the sacrifice of some quality, there's a disproportionate gain in quantity, and it is possible to do that. As in, a lot of times people think these two are unrelated, as in if you were like unrelated, antagonistic, purely antagonistic instead of synergistic. So if you emphasize quality, quantity tanks. If you emphasize quantity, quality tanks. But I'm talking about the granularity. When you reach a specific amount of quality, and I don't undersell, I'm really biased here emotionally and intellectually, I don't undersell that RGG has reached a level of quality where there is diminished return. As in, if they are going to try to really benefit and get a return on their investment, providing a similar experience with English is going to restrict that is going to enhance that diminished return. Providing multiple experiences that play to the strength of English and Japanese, like within their game will double the appeal, in my opinion. And they achieved that. Just that in Judgment's case, they're the same. They're on the like they have similar philosophies on execution. Like the characters have similar portrayals. In Casca's case, in Like a Dragon, there is very different cross-culturalisms in Casca's case. Like, what is a soft-hearted person look like in Japanese? What do they sound like and act like in English? If you start teasing apart those types of characters, they don't line up. And in those performances in Yakuza Like a Dragon, it's like two different casts. And to me, I am not one that is burdened by intellectual legacy. So what I mean by that is, or emotional legacy, where, oh, I like my characters to be gung-ho Superman. So whenever RGG produces a character like Casca, I hate the character because I want my main character to be like a Superman. I can't empathize with that. It's very difficult for me to empathize with that. I believe remakes are wonderful. They're the highest form of, like, they tackle the highest form of creativity that isn't the purest form. So a remake, for example, sometimes even a remaster, I suppose, can change the mood and feel of an original, like quote unquote the original, but the original can be different from another person's product. Like if there are 3 fans and you want, like for example, if you're a fan and the only way you can express your care and interest in something is to literally copy them, then you are the people who are emotionally and intellectually tethered by legacy. And that's fair. That is your choice. I am just trying to draw in counter perspective. I believe when creators, even the original creators, like if somehow negotiates, sorry, that's a really bad pun. I'm gonna regret that. Renegotiates and comes back to, like, say, I don't know, in 10 years from now, remaster or remake Judgment. I expect that game to have the creative weight and legacy of everything they've done in between them. Like the whole idea of like if Yakuza 3, right, remaster gets Kiwami 3, I fully embrace that Kiwami 3 could and should be liberated from the constraints of expecting it to feel like Yakuza 3 remastered. Now here's the thing. The example of Yakuza 3 remastered is a nice part because it is so far removed from the modern standard now. That's usually when people choose to remake things. When the mechanics of the old is so far removed that those even who are emotionally tethered or intellectually tethered has more or less consolidated that memory away, so they are more open to it. For me, it could be tomorrow. If they remade Judgment and it plays entirely different because there's been 3 years, or like Judgment was in 2019, yeah, 2019-ish. Those years, if those years made the creator think differently, put that in. This is selfishly and also unpopularly and not lucratively. It doesn't play to human condition, as in, oh, what I just said is like, this is an RGG game, right? To me, if RGG decides to make a game and it's nothing like this, it's no longer an RGG game, but then I would associate it as an RGG game. Like there's nothing that tethers me down to they have to keep making these games. Like That's just my spiel. So for this, it's great that they have the creative freedom. So they focused on creating a world that I'm going to refer to now as the RGG world, which is more or less Japan in a way. But there's also the isms. So the mini games that are pastimes that stay pastimes, as in they're fixed. They always alter the UI a little bit just to give it their own flair. And some people might be like, oh, that's minimum effort. That's not enough effort. It's like, well, these are pastimes. So it forms a core, right? These are foundational. And then you have the second tier, the input tier, and then you have the series unique ones like drone racing. So these type of things are great, but their centerpiece is the top layer of creativity that you cannot substitute for legacy. And that's non-input creativity. That's story writing. Story writing, it feels probably the most inconsistent to, I would say, most people who play in this medium, or most risky or easily overlooked or optional, is because it's the highest level of creativity. As in, input is restricted to legacy. So how it feels can be easily intuited. Is it tight? Is it fast? Is it snappy? It uses all the same inputs, either on the gamepad, keyboard, your interface device. But there are no rules, in my opinion, to stories. Not rules enough to make it, to ask someone, say, what is a 10 out of 10 story? You could ask, what's a 10 out of 10 input game? Well, it has to be responsive. So there are rules to those. And it's restricted. It's very compartmentalized. So RGG has to constantly take risks. And they have to offer themselves risks in writing. And what they did is brilliant, in my opinion, and spent over 10 games invested in world building. A psychological, in my opinion, a psychological expectation world building. Where, oh, when you play an RGG game, you will know it's an RGG game. And they somehow associated, psychologically, really healthily, associated with the story is going to be crazy. And crazy not in the sense that it's like bonkers, hard to understand, or something like that. Well, for some it could be, but what I mean is it will have the layers. It will have on the ground, right? Then the people who are the kind of the bad guys, but then someone's in charge of the other bad guys, and then other bad guys, and it's like, oh, local people, then regional people, then national people, and then the world. Like it always goes and escalates, and then everything falls in, and then there's a lot of webs and melodrama and death, and there are a lot of isms in RGG, and the whole package is really neatly demonstrating what they have done fundamentally. So it, in a way, they managed to make the creative process feel familiar mechanically. Their storytelling has, over these years, have become so mechanical that it allows them the freedom of tackling many subject matters, as long as it mechanically feels somewhat like them. So they have normalized story writing, like the way Friends are done, side stories and stuff, to the point where it almost feels as normalized as input rules. So what are some of the rules of RGG writing? Well, it has to at least be local, deal with some sort of conspiracy, and it has to have three levels: civilian, order and politics. Right? Like, so there are so many things you can pick out that lines up. It's kind of the closest thing I can think of, and this is a shout out, is probably, I mean, we already talked about MCU, like Disney, but let's Disney adjacent, like Pixar films. If you do, just pick up any video essay and you will notice that they mechanically made them identifiable by the way their story composition works, like the mechanical side of things. But the context is constantly flipped. Like the themes, the subject matter, those are flipped. So in the way that it allows a creator, like the developer RGG, to really write as many things as they want, but at the end still feel familiar. So you capture the idea of feeling familiar and different at the same time. And this is a great platform. I think, well, I'll loosely call it a platform, because Judgment is a great testament. It basically shed all of it except for the mechanical stuff. And in this case, I truly and earnestly am emphasizing mechanics in its entirety. Generally speaking, when I'm talking to someone or like a gamer, I would say 9 out of 10 times, when I say mechanics, the gamer would say, oh, like the combos and the input and like the things you interact with are different. It's like, well, yeah, that's part of the mechanics. But there's also mechanics to story writing. There's mechanics to how stories are layered. Like, writing is kind of, there's a mechanics to writing. Like, you learn that in high school. I'm sure for those people that I'm referring to are likely those who don't like school, probably don't like creative writing in general, or perhaps they only like creative writing in the specific manner that they choose to like. But in this case, it's also a mechanic. Story writing is very mechanical. So how, when, like I mentioned this a bunch of times, if I play MSQ, I like to MSQ focus because you can see it in its, like, when is the rising action going to happen? When is the conflict going to happen? How many twists are there? Where's the ambiguity being introduced? When are the info dumps? Like the pacing of the all these things have largely fell by the wayside because of increasingly underappreciated weight on storytelling. It's to the point that I would say nowadays, because of modern standardization of input mechanics related things, that design is the easily most imitated. And if you know, that might trigger some people and they might have counter arguments, I would love to hear those counter arguments. Like, when you think of people who call other games clones, what do they clone actually? They don't clone the personality of the game. They clone the input mechanics of the game. And it's very reproducibly cost effective to reproduce mechanical things, like the input mechanics of the game. What makes a Souls-like game a Souls-like game? It's input mechanically like a Souls-like game. What does his personality do? Well, it's the thing that what makes FromSoft identifiable. It's their personality. What is the personality part? Well, you could say level design is an element of creative thought in personality. That's the closest thing I could say that maybe a input mechanics person would say, oh yeah, I can see what you mean now by how the story could be mechanically different. It's like, well, yeah, the highest form and the most risky form is something I would say very few developers have to redefine every single time. With that said, RGG is not one that doesn't iterate on Legacy too. They do iterate on Legacy. the weight of Kiryu Saga is built on the legacy of the storytelling. So even storytelling can carry legacy to that point. But Judgment does not. This game has Judgment, just this game alone does not have that legacy either. But they have the mechanical maturity of writing that RGG has cultivated all this time. And, you know, owing to also the creative director, right? Nagoshi, who is not with, again, repeating, who is not, again, with RGG anymore in Sega. So we'll see how the next game in the Kiryu Saga, which is the man who erased his name, Gaiden, maybe changes or maybe not. We'll see, because there's a lot of practice now. There's a lot of iteration on their storytelling things. This is a huge digression that is not appropriate for this review, right? Or this retrospection. Story, wonderful. Now let's get into the next segment, since we've covered a lot of the things I wanted to talk about. There's no possible way I can cover 100+ hours of thoughts, because every moment when I play a video game, every single moment, every single beat, I have a thought about. So we're not covering all those things. That's irresponsibly superfluous, in my opinion. Now, we're going to go into the next segment in these retrospections that I tend to focus on when I'm thinking through my reviews. And it's, what is this game like? What is the target audience of this game, right? If someone were to ask me, what are your thoughts about this game? And my first response would be, these are not my thoughts necessarily. These are my thoughts about the appropriateness of to the person that's asking. So often I put myself in this situation where when someone asks me, what are your thoughts of this game? I really am more focused on what are they looking for when they're asking me this. Like, when they ask me, they're trying to create a semblance of maybe empathy or interest in what I'm doing, right? So that's kind of the perspective of these retrospections. So what is this game offering to a person who is potentially interested in being open-minded enough to look for, or maybe even closed-minded, but they're looking for a specific thing? So what does this game have to offer? It's a detective story. So if you like detectives, that's a really low-hanging fruit detective story, right? It's a variety game, so it is not focus, for example. So it is a variety game. It is a cinematic storytelling game. It is a story-focused game with variety. So variety is the input part. It's a variety game in its inputs. So if you're a person who's looking for a streamlined event, like a streamlined game that has a mature control scheme that focuses specifically on designing everything around that, that is not what I mean by variety. Okay? And then MSQ, it's a story-oriented game, as in lots and lots of dialogue, lots and lots of stories. So it couples with detectives. You really like anyone who's fancying a true crime story, true crime, detective, even law, to some extent, having a lens into like the Lei's portrayal of Japanese law, possibly. So just those things, which held true for most RGG titles, really. It is a combat game. Now, I need to add a lot of modifiers to this combat game. This game is floaty by nature. So you can see Yakuza 6 The Song of Life was the first dragon, like a dragon game that implemented the combat, right? That lifted the combat. It is floaty as heck. Targeting is weird. Lots of buffering, lost inputs sometimes, collision models, and then Kiwami 2 came after and streamlined even more, and it was a little bit snappier. It's still floaty, as in, when I mean floaty, I mean also that feeling. Float is like a combination of being slowish, less twitchy, and then because of that, it can eat inputs or carry inputs. So buffering and stuff becomes a little bit. It's a committal game. So the control scheme in the combat is committal. As in, if you want Yagami to hit twice, tap twice around a fairly correct time to tap twice. We're not talking about like tapping 4 times across his animation and expect him to not attack 1 extra time by accident, or getting hammered because you get locked into an animation where the input doesn't tie to one for one ratios, right? Like, you can hit a button and he can do a lot of things, that kind of thing. And the timing comes with a nuance of understanding the floatiness. Like, what is the gap? Because you can lose inputs in this game. In fact, the sliding and the sprinting, you lose a lot of that input because it takes time to sprint up and whatnot. And there are other idiosyncrasies. So this game in its combat is a combat game. However, it is far closer, in my opinion, to a fighting game in its input executions than it is a beat 'em up game for the time being. For the time being. I say that because I played Lost Judgment already. So the carryover Kiwami 2 was like that. And then now you could see that they matured some things. So they offer 2 styles now, right? They're building up. And it's very well done, flavored to Yagami. So the combat is themed for Yagami. And you have to get used to the nuance of the combat. With that said, it is casual forward combat, as in you can rudimentarily practice a few fundamentals, and those fundamentals are sufficient. You can find certain things you do that allow you to still tap X rapidly or hit Y rapidly, but recognizing those requires some growing pains or understanding the nuances. So the things that I used for my legend run, I knew I could buffer with certain things, and I knew I would be less likely to lose inputs here and there, and you had to know how to refresh EX boosts, or the distance between aggroing an attack and non-aggroing an attack, or resetting animations. Those things are nuances, but they're in no way necessary to understand to beat the game. And you don't have to look stylish too. You can choose to look stylish and use a lot of things that they have and flex, but it doesn't improve the efficacy of success. So it's not one of those games. So it gravitates towards someone who wants to feel competent flexibly. So it's not one of those where, oh, you pulled it off and it's really rewarding kind of thing. With that said, the combat is also a combo game. So if you're looking like, oh yeah, the combat is the core input related thing, right? It's a combo game. Yagami, almost ironically, I'm not sure if it's ironic or not. I think it might actually be intentional. So I'll take that irony. The irony here would be for people who are legacy players, but we're not talking about legacy players yet. We'll talk about that later. But Yagami is thematically a glass cannon. Look at him. Look at his frame. He's like a twig man. He knows kung fu, but the one thing about, in my opinion, is really appropriate. The one thing about kung fu is generally not getting hit. Like, if you're someone who's really defined in kung fu, usually it's involving not being too scrappy, like, because like your constitution is pretty lean, right? So Yagami is the embodiment of that. You get slapped so hard. Like when you start playing the game from vanilla, you still get slapped so far. If you get hit in the back of the head once, he's gonna be heaving for like 2 seconds while someone else is gonna hit you. And if you fall on the ground, you're guaranteed to get hit 2 more times, because no matter how fast you tap that A, you're not getting up. You're not getting up in time. And bosses, all the bosses will run you over like a dump truck. It's like a fragile frame trying to stop a semi from running you over. So the idea is, you know, you flip out of the way and, you know, jab its tires flat or something. So this game is a combo game when it comes to combat. When you get hit and your combo breaks, it is emotionally and intellectually some of the most frustrating experiences to date. However, I think it was designed that way intentionally. You're given so many. Yagami is a cannon. Like, he is a glass cannon in every way. Like, he can TKO almost everything in the game, and bosses are like 3-string KOs. Like, if you execute the 3-string KOs, they're gone. The Amon fight was probably the scrappiest because of an immunity damage reduction, but that was the only case. Every single boss is like 2 strings away from death. So Yagami hits hard, but everything else hits Yagami hard. So that could be a deal breaker for quite a bit of people. And then here's one other criticism, or like a target audience. This is for the casual. This is a casual forward game still. It's reaching, and what I mean by casual is detective stories, this type of subject matter, Law and Order, is already niche to begin with. Like, what I mean by that is it takes a lot of familiarity to get into it. Like, even though I say it's really popular, as in like it's a mainstay in Western audience, it's still a niche topic that has a high barrier of entry. It's just that in the beginning of the days, it was a really common genre, so it recruited a lot of people. Its legacy is strong because of its long history. In this game, to make it more palatable, those who are going into this game, even casuals sometimes, might be thinking, oh yeah, a detective story? Okay, now I want to feel like a detective, right? So you tail someone. And the first comment was like, whoa, that's not how you tail people. Like, why can't you, like... Why is it so casual? Like, you're only just jumping. It's only like one button going from, like, it's under bait or something. And I don't think that was the intent by the design. In fact, it plays more to someone who's also a legacy player, so we'll talk about that later. But this is a casual forward game. As in, yeah, that guy sees you plainly in sight, but it's, I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be by design. Like, oh wow, it took them so long to notice you. Like, I don't even think that's a technical limitation anymore. I think that's just by design. Like, they are trying to get you to feel like a detective, but not grilling you like a detective. So for example, finding out who's the culprit, or finding out who says the real thing. There's no like consequence for guessing wrong if you were guessing, or having the incorrect impression and you click on a solution. It's like, oh well, you know, that's not quite right, and you just keep going, right? Like, that's so it's not like you're literally living the job of a detective. It's to give you the feel of detective, get you thinking, but not in a fail way. You're not combo gaming through detective work. And that could make even casual people who come in thinking it's a detective game feel half-baked. Like, oh man, tailing should be harder. The AI should be far more dynamic and catch you in the open. Now, imagine what kind of game that feels like. It's not towards the niche already. So with that said, let's go and I was comparing, contrasting most of the stuff that if it isn't this, it's probably not that. So like when you're thinking about a hardcore detective person, like say they're coming from a visual novel detective series, it's not that type of thing. It's the most streamlined, casual, forward, friendly version of Danganronpa or something, right? It's the Sparks Notes version of Phoenix Wright's Law and Order part, right? That's RGG's patented, streamlined version. The thing that I've been saying, and I think I'm gonna say for the foreseeable future, is RGG, what characterizes a lot of their building philosophy is it's a wonderful taste of things they have to offer, but generally they don't make it so that it overstays its welcome. So what I mean is, if you're someone, a casual, it fits really well with the casual audience, and I think that's why they're on the climb. When you play this game, when Lost Judgment hits, right, I'm gonna tell you a lot of the stuff you learned is gonna either be relearned, it has some legacy, but it's not here to stay. It doesn't ever overstay its welcome. So when you're saying like, oh, this is how the tailing works, it's kind of underbaked, and then what you would expect is in the next game, oh, they're gonna add more and refine the situation and whatnot. It's like, well, they're gonna do something to it. It might probably be not to your taste, or like what I mean is, it might not be the familiar taste evolved. It might be a completely different taste. In the case of my tailing example, they actually just removed the interface, the way the interface indicator works. So you don't hit B next to a thing, they just magnet to walls and whatnot. And with that streamlining, it comes with constraints. Like you can't visibly see where he's going to hide. Sometimes you magnet to other things you didn't expect. That's the RGG patented streamlining. It's the thing where they're gonna continue to tweak the things. So it's not even here to stay. So when you say things are half-baked, welcome to the world of RGG. Because half-baked is full-baked when you're thinking about the bigger scheme of things. They're always there to capture the essence of something, not give you the nitty-gritty of it. So it bleeds into storytelling and that detective side of things, and the Law and Order side thing of the stuff. It is not Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright at the same exact time with your Wii Sports and whatever other mini games they have that they can. It's not an MLB game at the batting cages. That's the RGG brand. It's gonna give you an experience, and it's the entire experience that makes it RGG. It's not, oh, you make a really great club sandwich. Well, I'm here for that club sandwich. It's like, well, we make like a board of 10 B sandwiches, and then eating all 10 of the B sandwiches is like an A experience. It might not make sense logically, but emotionally and psychologically, if you're prepared for that, that's what I'm here for. So that's the type of casual person they're geared towards, right? Versus what it's not for. So it is not for a hardcore person who comes up to you and say, does this have good combat? It's not for you. That's like, we're talking about the uninitiated, right? So a person who's interested in starting with RGG, and someone asks you, I really like combat games. Do you think I'll like this game? The answer is probably no. And what I mean by that is, if you have already decided that you had 2 or 3 things you're looking for in a game, there's not going to be enough of it. It's not going to have enough nuance around it. Most of the activities around it and like the vast majority of the games will not be involving that. In fact, going through the MSQ, you have more story. In this game, the story like takes up 60 to 70% just going through the story. Like combat, I would even argue in this game, it's the lowest it's ever been in RGG design. Like everything else is so much more. Like there's not even a Coliseum. Like Paradise VR is the closest thing to actually doing combat optionally. And then the Keihin Gang is the other thing that's optionally a combat oriented thing. That is like connected with some sort of obvious completion task. So yeah, it's not this game. So whenever you're asking, if someone says, I'm looking for a game that doesn't require a specific skill set from me, and it you know, it doesn't ask me to be good at any very specific thing, but I am open-minded to anything dealing with a detective story, probably this game. This would be really, really wonderful. Like someone who's intellectually bound, so is also like, it's not only casual people, because if you're looking for someone who is intellectually dependent, so like it has to be a detective story, but they don't want to do the like FromSoft combo gaming or the no hit runs or the high, this is it. As long as if you're contextually bound. But if you're completely open, this would be a great game too. I don't know, video games can be, I don't have a lot of experience with video games. Try this game. Like, there's gonna be something off, and everything's off most of the time. And what I mean by that is, if you talk to a gamer, like, say someone who likes FromSoft games, and you ask them, you know, I want to get into video games. That's not going to happen. It's a very low success rate. But if you ask someone who's into Judgment, for example, and say, you think this is a pretty good place for me to get into video games? Yeah, it's a pretty decent place to get into video games. It tackles so many aspects of video games in general, like as a medium. Mini games used to be video games. Like mini games used to be the scope of video games before. So you're getting the biggest volume, quantity, and I can agree it's quantity over quality, but here's the dissonance here. When the quantity accurately reflects the peak quality of something, like for example poker, how do you create an interface and elevate poker with poker's rules? It's stuck. So you still have it in here. That's it. Like, so you aren't proportionally losing quality at the expense of quantity in a game like this. So it's for the casual of the casual, even the uninitiated. And the one selection factor that is hardcore in this game is the story. So what this is not for a casual is someone who doesn't like story. And I know how that sounds. Most people would probably say something like, well, you know, I want all of it. I want at least a game that has some compelling... So many times I've heard that dialogue, and it is nowhere near to the selection factor for this game. So it's more like, I don't want a story like FromSoft games. It's there in the background, I don't want a story like Call of Duty. It's in the background somewhere, but it's there to aid. That's the selection factor for this game. In this game series in general, like in RGG in general. So if a person's like, I don't want to sit here watching cutscenes, you're done. Get out. There are a lot more appropriate games for you, and you'll win-win. You'll love the developer gets your support, and the developer gives you make games for you that resonate with you. But to me, I know this would be like, oh, but if you tell people to get out based on this, and then RGG doesn't get more money, it's like, well, we have to understand that if you debate people into liking a game or getting them to buy a game, it is bad PR for the developer. So in the long run, it could inappropriately misrepresent what it is. So just because it's an opportunity to sell a game doesn't make it a lucrative action in forward investment. So for the record, one of the biggest selection factors in these games, especially Judgment, definitely Judgment now. In fact, probably any game post Judgment. So now we're talking about like the Judgment series. So Yagami Saga, I won't even call it the Judgment series. I think we're gonna call this the Yagami Saga, because it's not without a possibility that the third Judgment game, or maybe even the fourth Judgment game, might not actually even feature Yagami as the main person. They might even have a co-lead or a no lead at all, and Yagami takes a bye. Like, hey, Yagami's on vacation. Let's go back to the events of 2019 Judgment and fill in on a different character. And then the following game has Yagami and that character. It's RGG, right? We have to think about the world persist. So we're gonna call this a Yagami Saga and a Kasuga Saga. Right now we're talking about just Yagami and Kasuga Saga right now. The Kiryu Saga is like on the back burner now. It's one of those like niche, hardcore entry things now. Like if you like Yagami, if you like Kasuga, maybe give Kiryu a try, right? It's like a deep dive now. So that is the biggest hardcore element of this game. If you do not love ranting about the story and constantly spending hours talking about every little bit of dialogue, that can be a deal breaker for this game. Even though the other games, I would say, is about 50-50. Like 50 of the input and mechanical like game design stuff, and then 50 story, like even Yakuza Like a Dragon, because it's a JRPG. This game is like 70%, and I think Lost Judgment is like 60%, because they were able to develop even more mini games to complement but this game is so heavy. It's like 70%. Like even the friends, the girl, it's like it overshadows it. So it's not for the light of heart of people who don't like and the Japanese culture. We gotta filter in the Japanese culture. Now, so we know kind of, I hope it's kind of back and forth, but now we kind of touched upon like the uninitiated, right? Casual target audience, and also we have to mention some gender roles, sort of ish. It's largely male dominant. It's a bit more masculine than in femininity, and that might sound debatable and whatnot. It's like we're talking about the Japanese culture here, so there's some mutual respect and leeway on the phrasing that I'm using here. It is still a male-dominated or oriented type of structure and content. Okay? So, just as softly as I can say that. Now, in terms of legacy, so legacy player, which I'm included, I haven't touched upon many of those points yet. This game, there are different types of legacy players. And I would truly say this is targeted towards the legacy players of old. So the closed-minded legacy players, as in those who want more Kiryu-isms. So if you're a legacy player coming out of Kiryu Saga, this is for you. Like, without a doubt, this is for you. Everything that embodies the legacy of Kiryu Saga. And I chose my words very quickly because this is easily summarized. If you are a Kiryu Saga fan, we're talking about Yakuza 0 all the way to maybe even including 6. Okay, and even deeper cut than that. If you're a Kiryu Saga fan that excludes Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 6, this is definitely for you. But then when you include Kiwami 2 and Kiwami 6, you're probably more likely to accept this even. It's definitely for you, but this is definitely you. If it's all of the Kiryu Saga. Because then you know like the changes and stuff of the Dragon Engine. So it's either pre-Dragon Engine legacy players or post-Dragon legacy players. Either way, this is still for you. If you are an RGG fan, probably not for you. A lot of times. Like, there are going to be a lot of things that... What I mean is, if you're an RGG fan, you'll like this. Absolutely. But at the same time, it can be more. What I'm saying here is, we're going up. So if you only like certain things about the Kiryu Saga, so all the pre-Dragon Engine, it's like 7 out of 10 chance that you'll like this game. And then it moves up to 8 out of 10 chance that you'll like it if it includes Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 6. And then if you like an RGE fan, yeah, this might sound like, well, yeah, duh. But I'm trying to explain why this is the case, or like where I'm coming from this. If you're an RGG fan, which I am, it would be a 9 out of 10 chance. And what I'm saying is that, as an RGG fan, I'm already expecting it to be just inconsistent. Like, what I mean is inconsistent but consistently risky. So in a way, if you are already embraced into what RGG does from game to game, you might even consider this game very safe for RGG standards. However, at the same time, I'm gonna say it's at least not, it's less, this is riskier than the jump between like the Dragon Engine change, because that was a pretty big change. But this sheds Kiryu Saga, right? So that brought me into a fandom, right? Like, if you like Judgment and you're not making the comparison between Yagami and Kiryu, and that like the Kiryu Saga did this better than the Yagami Saga, then you're an RGG fan. You are not a Kiryu Saga fan. So when I say 7 out of 10, 3 out of 10 is everything that is differentiating between the Dragon Engine, right? And then if you're a post-Dragon Engine, then it's everything that is legacy between Kiryu Saga versus Yagami Saga. And then 9 out of 10 is 90% of the time you'll like it is because you're an RGG fan and you know they're going to do this. They did it in the Kiryu saga. Kiryu was the wrap-up in Yakuza 4. Like, he was a wrap-up chapter. And then in Yakuza 5, Kiryu started the game, so he could be arguably an afterthought. Like, Kiryu was either in the beginning or at the end. He wasn't, like, in the mix, right? So, those times are what RGG does well. Like, they constantly mix up the game. And if you're an RGG fan, you hope that they completely, constantly mix up the game, but it's still fine if they iterate on their design. Their fundamentals are generally always there, but my top fundamental is they continue to be creative. Like, creative at the highest level, as in constantly experimenting with inputs. Inputs can be floppy. In fact, one of my most endearing things about being an RGG fan is that, man, all the, like, here's a great example for Judgment specifically. The floaty nature of this game. So this is the first time technically that they introduced style back, so like fighting styles back post Dragon Engine, right? And the first thing that I would say to those legacy players who are pre-Dragon Engine, who's our fan, I might even downgrade them to 6 out of 10 chance, is that the Dragon Engine has lost snappiness. So pre-Dragon Engine, it was really matured, and when they first introduced the style stuffs like Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1, it was incredibly aged. Everything was, the engine was really mature to the point where everything felt snappy. Like, oh, I can buffer 8 billion times here. I can buffer 8 billion. The priorities are good. There's no like targeting mishaps and like collision models and line of sight, like nebulous noise. So it felt like a proper input combat game, and the sky's the limit. And then this introduced style changes again, and I can tell you, I already have the foresight. The style change in this, it's great. It's trying to do what they did with the mature gaming, like the old system, right? The old engine model. And this, when you start playing, it's like, oh, so now it's like Kiwami 2 floaty, which requires committal timing, more like a fighting game, less like a beat 'em up game. So Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 was more like a beat 'em up game, where as you DMC, as the sky's the limit. As long as you can input and buffer and have priorities and snappy, that's it. This is more like a fighting game in the sense that if you don't understand that Yagami punches twice, like the rush combo, right? He punches twice and he pauses and then punches again in Tiger Stance, you're probably gonna hit 4 times thinking it only hits twice, for example. Or you hit 4 times thinking it will hit 4 times within the time you hit 4 times, and then realize that you got locked into animation and the boss just bops you one because you're locked into it. So everything is slower. I think the best analogy I can think of, even within fighting games, is this is casual forward. So what I mean is, it's kind of like MK1, like shoutouts to MK1, I suppose, since that just came out, versus Tekken 8, or maybe Tekken 7. So where it's just very noticeably faster. Or like DMC versus Dark Souls. One is inherently slower but committal, and the other one is fast, twitchy, and scrappy. So in the older style of the game, pre-Dragon Engine, it was less committal. It was very mature and snappy and whatnot, so you could just really flail everywhere, and there's great buffering and recovery frames and high animation tweaking and animation cancels, right? This is not. This is stance switching is really deliberate, so you can't like style juggle, for example. There's no style juggling, which pre-Dragon Engine legacy players would expect. Style juggling is like the boss here, you know, DMC does style switching, so style juggling even probably have benefits to style switching. The old pre-Dragon Engine has style switching benefits. This game, Just Judgment, is starting in a place where they're taking and refining Kiwami 2's streamlining of Yakuza 6 to incorporate styles, but it has not reached the point where style switching is its primary thing. You enter Crane deliberately for crowd control, and you enter Tiger for 1v1s. Even the toolkit is relatively normalized, and there's only one element of certain things. There's no substitutions, there's no routes. For example, it's the time of like the early days, like now I guess the example would be 3, 4, and 5. It's not a routed, it's committal. So you know how many times you have to hit the button, when and where to hit the button. It doesn't have refined priority or buffering or something. So when you lose an input, that's on you to know that there's a huge gap between the third hit of Tiger's rush combo and the second hit of the rush combo. And then the targeting system is still rudimentary. And then how all the moves have to have specific target priorities, none of that is matured yet. And I know this for a fact because the following game addresses a lot of these things. Like a lot. Especially stance switching. Stance switching is... Stance switching animation cancels almost everything. This game has zero, like next to zero of that. And there's actually more advanced versions of animation canceling. And the floatiness actually makes it even more animation, like weirdly animation canceling in the next game. So it's not that right now. So if this is your game and you're like, oh man, Judgment has like, it's trying to recapture, you know, Kiwami 1 or Yakuza 0, is like, first of all, I don't think they're trying to recapture it, in my opinion. But they're trying to do it differently. Because in Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0, you can obliterate everything with anything. In this game, EX boost. That's like the casual friendly thing, right? You're invincible. Well, in the next game, they kind of take that away. I knew right from the start, immediately I got bopped because I was expecting something, right? So they changed it. So this game, legacy players, pre-Dragon Engine, there's a chance you're gonna hate this game. Because if that's your focus, like, just like the casual thing, if you're looking, oh yeah, it has combat again, it might end up being a deal breaker. You might like speed run through this game or something, even though you have to make the story check first. So you have to first be a legacy guy who embraces the story. Hopefully, if you're a Kiryu Saga fan, you already checked that box. And then the next selection deal breaker is combat. Then post Dragon Engine, combat no longer becomes relevant because you realize Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 6. Right? It's a developmental maturity. And then RGG is like, nah, I mean, it can be floaty, it can be DMC one day, it can be from Soft next day. Heck, it could even be Armored Core the following game. Who knows? I'm down for it. Because I have to relearn anyways, and relearning is the fun part in my RGG fandom. This is more myself personality wise. I like RGG because my personality resonates with RGG design. Like, throw everything away. Do it again. As long as like the creative part is always gonna be intact. You have your world, you have your pastimes, you have your core that can't possibly change ever, right? You have Japan, and soon to be like a bit of slice of America, right? So it doesn't change. So change everything else. Go for it. The sky's the limit. Make a first-person. Well, they actually did make a on-rail, like a like a third-person. I think it's a third-person shooter, but do that. And then that's probably what I have to say about legacy players. So if you're into Kiryu, Yagami is pretty great. Yagami, debatably, in terms of his personality, he is Kiryu. If Kiryu was reborn with different circumstances. And what I mean by that is a male lead, headstrong, with convictions of right and wrong, and he just happens to be on the side of righteousness. Charms people through his pursuit of truth. So only the characters that he come into contact are truth seekers. And very well do not lament or feel remorse and regret for the damage he could possibly cause by seeking the truth. That is Kiryu. And there is a slight... I think Yagami is even more extreme for someone who's convicted. Like, he's a detective, right? And he was a former lawyer. So the game plays itself. It already mentioned these things like, wow, you are really... You do strike me as a lawyer. Wow, you really do strike me as a detective. Kiryu is not, right? Kiryu was a former Yakuza and still a Yakuza. Like, he's actually potentially even looser than Yagami. But the thing that drove people to Kiryu is his convictions. He is straight and narrow, and so is Yagami. Straight and narrow. Meanwhile, you have the baton being passed to Kasuga, and Kasuga is nothing like Kiryu and Yagami. So there's another selection factor for legacy games that includes Yakuza Like a Dragon. If this is the series for the legacy players who cannot resonate with arguably a more realistic character that can persist in a post-2020 world, which is Kasuga, because he builds a support system. He is built upon a support system, and he builds a support system for others himself. Yagami is not here to do that. He actually usually destroys support system. That's when you have convictions, when right or wrong. You destroy the wrong with no remorse or no regrets. So he is Kiryu, embodiment into an even stronger world. He is in the world where he is in the right. As opposed to Kiryu, who struggles sometimes knowing if his right is also in the wrong, and he always views it in that way. Well, you know, you have your slice of life examples and stuff, but they all selectively enhance that. There's no moral discussions or like conversations about understanding, mutual understanding. It's more about forgiveness and righting wrongs to be right in their visions. So that's for you. This is the natural progression. This is Yagami is the figurative spiritual successor of Kiryu. Kasuga is not. Kasuga is he's the legacy successor of the Kiryu saga. Kiryu is passing the baton and entrusting Kasuga to do it his own way. Meanwhile, Yagami is literally doing it the Kiryu way, is how I'm gonna phrase it. So, for the legacy people who want more Kiryu, hopefully there's more Judgment games that feature Yagami Saga. For those who are RGG lovers, you bet your balls I'm gonna, or not your balls, sorry. That was a little gender bias. You bet your value system and your money that I will like Yagami Saga just as much, or find something to say about the Yagami Saga and the Kasuga Saga in their respective perspectives. Not Yagami is not Kasuga and Kasuga is not Kiryu, which Kiryu may not be like Yagami because he's kind of weak and a little flimsy, or, you know, that kind of thing. We don't draw comparisons here. As a RGG fan, it's rare that you compartmentalize. As a Kiryu fan, yes. And as a Dragon Engine fan, or not a Dragon Engine fan, yes. So the more selective you go, the less likely this is for you. So this game does not offer, for legacy players, the matured, snappy, DMC-like style switching of Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0. I'm making like specific deal breakers and highlights and stuff. All the other stuff is like, you can probably compromise, so I won't focus on those things. So deal breakers would be that for a legacy player. Different characters. That's it. Those are the two. Like the two highest selection factors tend to be input and story. So if you cross the story check, you have to be okay with Yagami. He doesn't look like Kiryu, he doesn't sound like Kiryu, and he doesn't solve problems like Kiryu. Right? And then comes the combat. It is a mainstay of now the official side branch of RGG. In contrast to Kasuga, Yakuza Like a Dragon's JRPG setting, which I talked about a lot. And to contrast it a little bit, how the story changes is that Yakuza Like a Dragon, Kasuga series, it deals with JRPGs. And JRPGs have to develop characters differently, because the mechanics involve systematically more than one character. So while Kasuga might have, like the Yakuza mainline series might have a less of a story dominance and less focus, it is deliberately designed in a way to demonstrate that the game is less focused. As an ensemble of characters that has to be fundamental to the core showcase, which is the JRPG system. This doesn't. However, they are still doing the thing that they've done before, which comes later. Judgment is the first of its game, right? The first of this series. Because later on in Lost Judgment, as a slight spoiler, they add a DLC that features Kaito. Perhaps that's their attempt to pick up where the Kiryu saga left off before the Dragon Engine. So Yakuza 5 featured many characters, and each character featured their own combat system, right? So it's getting there. In Lost Judgment, they expanded to actually 4 styles, which meets the Yakuza Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0 all together, right? Not just 1 and 2, but all, like, not just Majima and Kiryu, but as an entirety. Alright. Those are a lot of the touching points I like. There are so many deep cuts in this game. I love their subject matter. I haven't even talked about their subject matter. Okay, so my personal opinions. Well, we'll just move to my personal opinions to cover some of these topics. This is a game that panders to me in so many ways outside one specific thing, and it's the combat. I am a person who has normalized a beat 'em up thing. My legacy with fighting games have kind of fell by the wayside, more or less. I had become very normalized to the modernized controls. And yes, I did say modern controls. So classic controls, in fact, I actually think those who are historically a long legacy fighting game will have no problems adapting to the quote-unquote floaty controls of this. Like, they would immediately grasp and feel the nuances of hitting X, like hitting XX, stop, X, stop. Like, those are the things that highlight the nuances of fighting games, where there's timing in inputs and there's buffer windows that don't cover the entire room of the rush combos. In DMC, or like in Kiwami 1 and Yakuza 0, you hit X as many times as you want until the animation completes, and the next button is probably a priority. So you're not counting buttons, you're not counting spacing in between inputs. You're not doing any of those things. You're not even expecting one button to lead to like 3 hits instead of 1 hit. It's always 1-to-1, and it has a great generous buffer window that allows, and it has really wonderful modern tech when it comes to priority. So like when you're hitting X 6 times in a row and Yagami is still performing his 3 punches, the next time you hit a Y, it will most definitely probably respond with Y at that very moment. In this game, sometimes when you hit it too many times, the Y is not going to come out because it's going to have to finish the things that it randomly buffered. Or your input is lost and you thought you hit it 4 times, but only 3 came out, for example. So that type of stuff is more like a excusable for fighting oriented people. So to me, that was tough. It was hard to get used to. After a while, I kind of got used to it, but then instead of fighting against the system, and I know this stuff because I'm noting it, but I didn't play to it. So what I did was RGG produced a loose enough system that I could use certain things that I felt very worked to my advantage. So like the heavy Y finishers, which got carried to Lost Judgment, by the way. So like the Y finishers, not trying to stand switch, even though stand switch is clumsy. Some people could have made it work somehow. I don't know. I didn't fight against the system, so I embraced specific systems like the Crane's finisher, and knowing that already that EXs have diminished return on second hit, so cycling through EX, so I only hit the number of EXs sufficient to take down a boss, for example. So it's all calculated. So in a way, I embraced the game for the tools they offered, but it's not without growing pains. So my personal opinion on combat system, it was kind of the low light. However, I enjoyed it, but it created such an emotional upheaval that is so memorable. But it's not memorable for the same reasons other people are saying it's memorable. As in, it's memorable because it sucked, that kind of thing. No, I'm saying it's memorable because it reminded me that I don't play fighting games anymore. I'm very inexperienced now. I no longer worry about my input timing anymore. I no longer remember about when games were not refined in a way that it always accepts priority, targeting overrides, animation cancel, buffering. It doesn't have those things yet because this is post-Dragon Engine. They're still working on that stuff. Like, what is a target priority? A lot of it changed in Lost Judgment. Like, it's so noticeable that it got closer to the modern standards, and I'm more of the modern standard beat 'em up person. So I'm more of a DMC person. So me, there's growing pains, but it's not like unrewarding. I disliked it, definitely, at first. And, you know, like most things, it's another acquired skill that probably won't get reiterated on. Like, it won't carry me into the next game because it feels entirely different. In fact, you can interrupt the Tiger Rush combo really, really easily with a stance switch. Like, stance switching interrupts everything. So you're like, whoops, I screwed up. Stance switch. Like, so, or style switch, I guess. I'm used to using the word stance because martial arts have stances that they go into, you know, like stance and style tends to swap around a lot. Highlight, this was pandering to me because it's 70%. The thing that made this game stand out is it's 70% story. Like, so much text. In fact, my voice gave out most of the time, and Lost Judgment's no different, and my voice practically gives out too. Like, it is so much story, and that works in my favor. It's the top level of creativity. Like, if I wanted to play an input game dealing with the nuances, I'll play games that are emphasizing input games. For absolutely, there are many experiences. I'm even using those examples, DMC, FromSoft. I'm using those examples intentionally not to downplay what RGG's priority is to explain their priorities, in my opinion. Like, to try to get into their heads where their focuses are. And this game, 70% story. I like true crime. I have a long history of true crime. In fact, I'm watching, I think, my 11th take on, like, spies, detectives, double agents, that type of thing. My 11th 7+ season series on this topic matter, like on this subject matter. So it is for me. Like, it was pandering, and what's even more, they chose a subject matter that is very common as well. So all the stuff feels at home, but also Japanese. Like, it is a perspective that is amalgamation in a video game that I often see explored in TV and movies. So the whole idea of Shono's desperate need for the utilitarian approach of scientific discovery that was motivated by a self-centered trauma, right? To Yagami's relentless conviction for seeking the truth against the seasoned wisdom of his patriarchs like Matsugane and Genda, right? So all these stuff, this type of thing, all of that is like so home, so comforting, and at the same time I get to see what RGG does with it, and it's spectacular. It's spectacular to the point that I can't even, it's difficult for me because I am a like, I would consider myself, for better or for worse, really gatekeepy when it comes to stories, like story compositions, and very specifically dealing with this. So, I mean, it was less so for Yakuza, so like less so for Kiryu Saga, because organized crime is like secondary. Often it's more like Law and Order's adjacent to organized crime. So the perspective is more specifically Yagami than it is Kiryu. However, Kiryu comes a really strong second. So when people talk about how plausible this is and what happens here and what happens there, it's difficult for me to empathize emotionally with what they feel is logical, reasonable, figurative, or whatnot, because the deeper you get into this, you realize, like, in terms of the creative medium, it's exactly what Lost Judgment brought up. The quote from Sherlock, you know, if you rule out the improbable, right? I keep forgetting the line. It's such a mix. I think it's called, when you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So it's kind of like elevating what I'm saying about their story writing, and it's always been there. In my opinion, it has been in all the games. Like RGG has a way of weaving such a complex web that there requires a level of exposure and wisdom that allows one to not be emotionally distraught. As in like, oh man, rubber bullets. Like, why did he place like one that some people harp on, like the people who only play like 1 or 2 Yakuza games. Yakuza 4's ending when oh no. Why am I drawing a blank now? On our man. You know, when they put all the money on top of the Millennium Tower to flush out the people who are interested. Well, it requires a lot of flexible minds. Like, you're looking for a lot of perspectives. When you're a detective, or you're into like true crime, or organized crime, or mysteries and stuff, you're thinking like what Sherlock is trying to depict. It's not about whether it's not just highly probable, is being comprehensive, right? Because you might not be on the right part. However, you have to rule out if it's a coincidence or not, or a happenstance. So when people talk about, oh yeah, this doesn't make sense, like, well, you know, sense only goes a long way, especially when you're myopic and selfish in your perspective. Then the only thing that makes sense is the things that make sense to you. Well, does that make you a person who knows who resonates with detective stories and true crimes? No, it doesn't. Because the most common thing would be like, you hear the story and it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Why would anyone do this? Why would anyone do that? If you're open-minded enough to be interested in wondering why, perhaps that's why mysteries are appealing to someone like me, because I want to know why. It's not just my own opinions, and that makes it enjoyable, right? So whenever someone says, oh yeah, there's no way that could happen, like, it's like, well, you should really go and check out something else that isn't related to the irrationality, the complexity, the privileged knowledge of detective stories and organized crime and stuff. The idea is you just don't have enough information a lot of times. And it plays to RGG's advantage, in my opinion. Like, if they are truly selecting for people who like mysteries and organized crimes and stuff, generally speaking, those fans kind of expect a level of complexity that cannot be captured entirely in a single game or a single piece or a single, because every time they have to add new details, it becomes more and more exponentially complex. And to trivialize that by bashing on a game that is making an attempt to do that, you have no idea how much more complicated it is. It is not an action game where there's a good guy and a bad guy and you just fight to the end. Like, every detail has to be accounted for again. It's like having to write a novel, and a lot of times people say like, well, visual novel games are like, dude, visual novel games, they only do that one thing because it's actually really difficult to write and take accountability for all the details. Now imagine playing a video game that you have to make the players naturally do all those things and connect all those dots while being distracted and doing all the other things. It's so tough. Like, a lot of times the quote more pragmatic, easier approach for many developers is to sideline the story so that they don't have to deal with the sentimentalism and the complexity of constantly adding to an ever complex narrative that they have. Another easy workaround is never make a sequel in the same universe. As in, just detract yourself from it. And how do you connect those things? Focus on input mechanics. What connects one Souls game to the next Souls game? Mechanics. Input mechanics, specifically. You can say, well, we're building lore and stuff. It's like, lore, in my opinion, is the euphemism for not having to feel accountability for persistent events in your narrative. In these series, like, if you're looking at the Kiryu saga, it is 7 games long. And 7 games where people could actually name the amount of times on one hand, possibly, that they're disgruntled with the story. Think about that from a writer's perspective. If you've written 7 games and people can count the number of times they were like, oh yeah, you kind of dropped the ball there. Do you know how impressive that is? That is absolutely maddeningly crazy how consistent RGG is. Like, your devoted fans are nitpicky about a few of the set pieces and nothing else, right? But it is also those, unfortunately, those fans that most definitely hurt, in my opinion, RGG's image, like PR. Like, it's the thing that, you know, Einstein always says, like, understanding of the human condition. You are hyper focused on the 1 to 5% times someone does something out of the blue that didn't hit, and you immediately forget 95% of their successes. Like, that's how I feel about the intricacies of mystery games, detective stories, and organized crimes. You can't have, like, there are storylines that don't have to be organized. And what I mean by organized is, you can't have organized crime if there's one villain who fronts an entire organization and you play the protagonist who defeats that one villain. There's no organized crime in it. Like, there's no appearance of an organized crime. It's a front. In a game like this, you have to establish the organization. And then every time you make a story and tell a story and stuff, you have to establish the organization. It is a world building exercise. There are very few games where the story deals with world building. And those games that do deal with them, they still exist, and they're probably held at the top of their game for quote-unquote open world design. Open world design isn't just mechanical persistence, it's also story persistence. The biggest thing that makes a world building element is its persistency. You don't live in a world that is non-persistent, as in, what? Dark Souls 2, like, you're playing Dark Souls 2, it's like, oh, this is in the same universe. I wonder what happened to the other guy who destroyed and killed many gods. Will they ever cross paths? Because they occupy the same space, right? So if you're fighting these gods, what do these gods have to do with the other gods? Like, this guy's of omnipotent power, but if he's omnipotent, then what about this guy who's also omnipotent in the same universe? You don't have to have accountability for that. Every game RGG has to make eventually has to hold accountability for all the details they have to account for. And sometimes you fail, because every time you add a detail, it has to come up every single time everywhere else. So they have sort of cleverly did this. There's a way they did this, and one of the biggest ways is they put time gaps. So it's one of those things, they put enough time gaps to make it believable that you fill in the blank. And for better or for worse, if you're someone like me, I can probably fill in the blanks myself, but also am very curious how they fill in the blanks. So if you're a fan of this series, you're already wishing they keep writing more, because like, I want to know what happens in the next 3 years after Judgment. There are some clues in Lost Judgment, but most of it is just completely separated. So the only thing persistent are all the details they have to keep in line with the main cast, right, in the world they have. So they had to explain why Tojo don't exist anymore, so that's why they're not talking about Tojo anymore. So they have to keep doing that. And for Kiryu Saga, they had to do that all those games. Every single game had to take account, like, what can we do, what can't we do? Because it's not about the source material anymore. It's about the world they built. There are things that are inconsistent and consistent with the world. So imagine you're a gamer and you just realize you got hired for a job, and now you have to write a story for Yakuza 8 or Like a Dragon 8. And here, right when you have to write a story for Like a Dragon 8, you have to know everything that has possibly happened from 0 to 7. The gamer doesn't have to deal with that. The gamer can pick out when it's inconsistent and not consistent. Right? It's not your responsibility. So if it's not your responsibility, you don't practice a skill that takes accountability for that. You make it trivial. You make it sound like it's easy. It's like, oh, hey, I remember this 1 out of 100,000 details, and this is inconsistent with this. It's like, man, why didn't they cover that? It's like, well, have you tried writing 8 games in a row and try to make everything consistent? Have you tried writing a book? And I'm not a book reader. Like, I don't read a lot of books. I do try to listen to as many books as possible, because reading is a little bit taxing on my eyes. But it helps me appreciate what books are as a medium, right? Because books, now we are thinking, okay, video games have this thing and whatnot, and RPG to me is almost the closest thing, with a few colleagues, like 4 or 5 other developers that built their game to literally translate to a book series. There are some video games that spawn book series. You could even say Halo is one of them. However, you could see that there's so much to fill in the gaps when a game makes a transition to books. And then when you take a book and translate into a game, you can see lots of loss in translation, or not just cover or not. Because books are on the creative level, like on the part that isn't just intuited by people, the hardest part. Like, what I mean is, like, to mirror. So RGG now is trying to do that while making it feel still like a video game, I guess. To some people, 70%, when I'm saying 70% story and 30% game, they're thinking this is pretty much a book or a movie that I watch. I mean, it's not a book because I can't watch it. The people who read books, what's watching is up here. So it's books, movies, and whatnot. So if you can't resonate with that, there's no way you can resonate with me. And then everything I said about like legacy players and casual, like uninitiated and legacy players. So to me, in my opinion, you know, I started talking about this like 3 hours ago, right? Because these keep getting longer. These retrospections are going to keep getting longer because I'm reading a book series, quote unquote, book game series that is now 10 games long, and you have to relate all of them It's not, oh, this stands alone. Like, it has history. There's so much history involved. So this game, to me personally, is a 10 out of 10. Without a doubt. 10 out of 10. With an asterisk. Initially, just to give you a perspective, initially I was leaning on a 8 out of 10. But then I thought about how to put this in a perspective that can make me fair to the developer. As in, what is the intention? So it became a 10 out of 10 because 70% is disproportionately favoring the thing that is incredibly strong in this game. The 8 out of 10 came from a perspective where I was in a period where I had the growing pains of doing all the input stuff. And the input stuff has growing pains. In fact, you know what? We'll say 9 out of 10 because the next game, oh boy, the next game, we'll say 9 out of 10 conservatively to bridge 8 and 10. It also leaves me wanting. It generally leaves me wanting. RGG is like, here's a sample of all the things we could do, but we're rarely ever going to pursue them to perfection or to iterate on them to perfection. It's always, oh, this tastes good, and now we're going to change the menu some more. So I don't want to gravitate on any specific thing. It's the whole package. It's a mentality that one must be very comfortable with playing a game from this developer, and I absolutely love it. It is so amazing. Like, I can't even say that about other games in this quote-unquote subgenre, like Rockstar. Rockstar has got some gatekeeping depth in the specific things they do well. It is nothing like this. There is no... They're trying so hard to stay away from gatekeepy video game things. The closest gatekeepy thing is the story. And that will become harder and harder. With one big exception though. Judgment is the starting place. And that's what they had to do, right? To turn over a chapter. They end, or ceremoniously end Kiryu's mainstay. Dawn in Casca and Yagami as the two like contrasting leads to kind of lower the one legacy element they have that's gatekeeping, which is the story. So even then they even lowered that gate, and then everything else is just non-gatekeeping. When you have like games in the likes of Rockstar, the mechanics themselves and the input and the subject matter even is all gatekeepy too. They also have their like brand and stuff, but they don't hold legacy across each other. Most of their games do not hold legacy, with an exception of RDR, but it's kind of like Judgment right now. Judgment 1 and like Judgment and Lost Judgment, and you have RDR 1 and RDR 2. I think they're related. I haven't played them, but like the cast, the world is probably arguably persistent between them, but the narration of the way it's told is often compartmentalized, like completely compartmentalized. And most of GTAs are all compartmentalized. So this stands as one of the gold standards for story gatekeeping, which hurts lucratively and it hurts the mainstream appeal. But they hit the reset button for Judgment, and sort of they lowered it for Judgment, and they lowered it with Yakuza Like a Dragon, to the point where they even differentiate and diverge into a different system to differentiate from the huge barrier and legacy that is the early Kiryu saga, to the point where the gatekeepers, admittedly, even though they love Kiryu saga and possibly love RGGs, sort of, those gatekeepers' sentiments, like, oh, you like Yakuza Like a Dragon, well, it's the worst in the series and stuff, it no longer resonates with casuals. Like, it no longer resonates with a wider audience because it's a reset to the legacy. It's a soft reset to the legacy. So I can humbly offer 3 points of origin for 3 separate experiences, sort of. But I agree largely with RGG's take by focusing on 2 points of origin and then a legacy series. So right now, your legacy series is Kiryu. Yagami is this structure, Kiryu's structure, but for a new audience. And Casca is the redefined divergence from their old legacy. So when someone likes Yakuza Like a Dragon, a gatekeeper can't compel them to not like it because of their standards of their old legacy. And that's beautiful, in my opinion. It's to the point the dialogue's in reverse most of the time. The RGG fans would say, well, you still have Yagami, and well, you still have Gaiden. The pre-reset, the pre-Casca and Yagami peeps have to learn to adjust to the others or stick with their legacy. Maybe one day there's gonna be another Kiwami, and it would at least satisfy the post Dragon Engine fans, right? Maybe it'll get matured so much that it'll also satisfy the pre-Dragon Engine fans in that original Kiryu Saga thing. But right now, in my opinion, they're making the great call of splitting the 3. But the biggest 2 is the combat, this centerpiece, and the JRPG centerpiece. And I think they knocked it out of the park in the way they're moving forward. I mean, think about this. Let's just think I'll throw a curveball from left field. There isn't a live service RGG game. Like, what I mean by this is a live service this universe RGG game. And to be an RGG fan, I would love to support the developers that they do not have to go into that type of model in order to support themselves to make more of these games. So even if you're like a Kiryu fan or however, at least leave the possibility for RGG to bring back something you love, as opposed to taking a dump on them because they want your family of gatekeepers to grow bigger. And maybe even convince those people to appreciate your perspective that something you hold old and dear is the only gold standard you'll ever hold. Well, I'm just gonna throw this out there as a human condition thing. If you hold a gold standard on something that ages, you don't grow, ever. And of anything that Kiryu ever taught you, or RGG has ever taught you in a storyline, people grow. If you don't grow, you get left behind. That's just saying. It's one of the themes. It's basically one of the theme. It's an ever-present theme in RGG writing. So it's kind of incredibly ironic that somehow the biggest fans or self-proclaimed fans fail to realize one of the biggest themes. Do you hate the game for that theme too? Like, man, that's tough. Because pretty much everything about RGG writing deals with consequences and growth. So, that's just my 2 cents. So for me, absolutely. Oh yeah, and we didn't even talk about the music and the animation. Like, we don't even have time for that. I mean, I talk about it all the time when we're playing. So animation, music, you're gonna hear. I'm like a broken record. Like, oh, this track is great. This track is great. Especially this track, by the way. It's called Nonetheless Happy. It's on their soundtrack. It's is when things resolve with like friends and girlfriends and stuff. It's absolutely brilliant. And I would say to the casual audience, like what I mean, like the average audience, like the mainstream appeal. Like we're gonna say the highest, broadest audience you can have. This is probably an 8 out of 10 game. I would say 8 out of 10 because the range would be 7. I'd say the range is even 6.5 to 10. And I would say the medium, the median, or like the average, the mean would gravitate towards around 8-ish. Solid 9 out of 10 for me. Mainstream appeal, 8 out of 10. It's getting there. And spoiler alert, Lost Judgment is a breakout. So along with, it's such a breakout along with Yakuza Like a Dragon. So all cylinders. 9 out of 10. 8 out of 10. I'm making like a rainbow. Like I'm imagining SpongeBob. Like 9 out of 10 for me. 8 out of 10 for the mainstream appeal. All right. And we'll note that. And we can conclude Judgment. We're still working on our Lost Judgment run. So we're playing through the completion stuff, and then we're gonna double it back with the Japanese run, and then there's still Kaito files. And October is rolling around, so I still got other things to do. Inktober is in 5 days, and then straight to November. Was it November 6th? Something like that. Around the first week of November is we're gonna go back to the Kiryu saga, and it's gonna be great. And also, right, the release date of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was released, and it's so soon. So while we're, maybe Kiryu is like they did mention it's a smaller-ish game, but man, whenever RGG says smaller-ish game, the runtime's like 60 to 80 hours. So while we do that, right, November and December, Infinite Wealth comes out in January. It comes out on the same day as Tekken 8, but still, like it's either 24th or 26th. Something around there. Like, it comes out in January, so we're still going strong. It might end up being a full year before I finish the RGG Legacy, so. With that said, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. Always feel free to leave a comment, share, discuss. Until next time, take care, stay safe, practice that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.